what ships are built for. In other words, technology of high potential is of little value if the potential is not exploited. The most eminent professor, Sudhir Rana, Professor, Fortune Institute of International Business, the illustrious and admired Professor Gohar Ahmed Sir, Skyline University, UAE, the respectable and distinguished Professor Liam Guy Sin Sir, Director of Association of International Business and Professional Management Indonesia, faculty colleagues and participants, a very heartily good morning to one and all. I, Dr. Pooja Lunia, on behalf of Prestige Institute of Management, Gwalior, take the privilege to welcome you all in the best paper session in 12th International e-conference on digitalization as a vehicle for innovation, organizational growth and effectiveness 2020 in collaboration with AIBPM Indonesia, sponsored by SBI. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sneha Rajput ma'am to introduce session chair, Professor Sudhir Rana sir, to the gathering.
A very good morning to one and all. Am I audible? A very good morning to one and all once again. I feel immense pleasure to introduce the very distinguished, learned, and illustrious Dr. Sudhir Rana to you. Dr. Sudhir Rana is currently working as professor at FIIB, New Delhi. He believes in driving and motivating academics and research in a way that it can be best utilized in an enthusiastic and dynamic environment to foster versatile personalities. He is marketing area faculty. His teaching and research interest includes international marketing, consumer behavior, business development, sales and negotiation, internationalization, and customer relationship management. He's a PhD and MBA with MHRD scholarship from Government of India and postdoctorate from Putra Business School, Malaysia. His research profile is followed by publications in ABDC, ABS, Scopus, Web of Science, ranked and index journal published by Amril, InterScience, Sage, and Nielsen Journal Publishing, to name a few. Dr. Rana is a versatile academician. He performs various roles as guest faculty, scholar, editor, editorial board member, guest editor, author, guest speaker, panel speaker, moderator, conference speaker, session chair, committee member, and convener, and workshop expert at various platforms in India and overseas. His association with the journal like Journal of International Business Education, International Journal of Business and Globalization, International Journal of Indian Culture and Business Management, FIIB Business Review, and International Journal of Supply Chain and Operations Resilience always motivate quality research to get their best homes. Few of his ongoing projects are consumer response to nostalgic brands, digital sources and international marketing strategies, business education in India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us. We are eager to listen the concluding session remarks from you. Thank you once again, sir, for joining.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request Abhay Dubey sir to introduce panel member, Professor Gohar Ahmed sir, to the gathering.
Very good morning. Thank you, Pooja ma'am. Very good morning to Thank you so much, Pooja ma'am. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much once again, and a very warm good morning to all the respected guests and the participants here in the session of eConference 2020. We are very privileged to have Professor Ahmed with us. Professor Gohar Ahmed, PhD in Management and a certified PMP, has over 22 years of experience in various academic and social business settings and consulting through North America, South Asia, and Middle East. Board member and director, Academy of Global Business Research and Practice, NJ USA, advisor to Government of Dubai, EIAC. He's a co-chair, inaugural 2021 UAE Business Schools International Conference, Zayed University, Dubai. He has directed and organized international conferences successfully. Recently, he has also received the Best International Conference Award from Government of Dubai in 2019. Sir is serving as an editor guest to the editor of Scopus journals, published 170 peer-reviewed research publications in various journal of various reputes, presented research papers in more than 80 international conferences across the globe, including keynote speeches also. He has presented at the Academy of International Business Meetings USA and many others. and received 60 plus honors and awards across the globe. We are proud and privileged to have with you to have you with us, sir. And once again, I would like to welcome you in the e-conference of Prestige Institute of Management Korea. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would take the privilege to introduce our panel member, Professor Liam Geisen, sir. Professor Liam Geisen is a director of Association of International Business and Professional Management. He is also full lecturer at the School of Business at Ma Chung University and visiting professor in many universities in Indonesia and overseas. Liam Geisen, sir, is also the founder of International Youth Collaboration and own logistic and export-import company. He has been involved in many research projects, received several research grants, scholarships, and educational awards. He has published many journal articles in IEEE, APBITM, JIBM, and wrote a book chapter in the Handbook of Experiential Learning in International Business that is published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2014. He has also a columnist in Entrepreneurship magazine and was an external reviewer of AIB and API BTM. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, and greeting from Indonesia.
Yes. It is well said that research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has taught. Now, with due permission of session chair, I would like to start the session as all participants are excitingly waiting to present their research work. Sir, may I?
Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So before moving further towards the session, I would like to share the guidelines to be followed. Total time allotted to each presenter will be 12 minutes. 10 minutes will be for the presentation and 2 minutes for queries or discussion. Time duration may further be changed by the panelist. There will be a warning bell at the end of 8 minutes to conclude the presentation in allotted time. In case of poor connection or signal strength from participant side, no extra opportunity will be provided. Evaluation will be done on the basis of conceptual framework, review of literature, research methodology, data interpretation, discussion, query handling, and presentation. The decision of panelist and organizing team will be full and final. Now, I request participant Dr. Nupur Arora ma'am to start this presentation.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries here, and thank you so much, ma'am, for handing over the session to me. I hope all are safe and sound and all well. I would be just sharing the screen and then I would commence. Just give me a second. Yeah, I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good morning. The title of my paper that I intend to present today is Investigating Consumer Intention to Use for Food Delivery Mobile Applications, that is FDMA, an Indian perspective. I am the main author and Ms. Parul Manchanda is my co-author. Now, the keywords that were in the study are the AUT2 theory, that is Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology, given by Venkatesh. It is a very famous theory, so it had two versions. One was given in 2003 and the second was given in 2012. Then consumer innovativeness in information technology, FDMA, that is food delivery mobile applications, intention and behavior. So these are the important keywords of my study. The variables that I intend to study, as we all know, AUT has a few common elements which are widely studied in varied contexts. We talk about any technology. So when we talk about mobile banking, e-banking, online shopping, anything related to any technology. So we have price value, performance expectancy, effort expectancy, habit, hedonic motivation, social influence, and intention to use. We've not taken facilitating conditions in the present context because facilitating conditions in Delhi as per the internet availability is concerned, we all are very much aware, it's a wide accepted fact that Delhi and NCR, it doesn't make sense if I ask people that whether you have a proper internet connection, it works well while using. So all that's why this particular aspect was dropped. So these are the no citations given for the different. These are the prominent studies that we have adapted the scale also and the concepts also. So Venkatesh, both the studies 2003 2012, then Yo et al 2017. It's a very prominent paper in the food delivery, online food delivery business. Then Alawan et al, Tekken Panwar, and Martin and Herrero. These are the different authors which we have referred to. And these are the main prominent papers actually. Now, I would like to just elaborate upon the research gap which we intend to fulfill with this presentation or with this paper. The very first thing that we mention here is there are very few studies when we were just starting off with the topic. There is not much literature available on the different aspects of a food delivery application, mobile app specifically. So, globally, if we talk, we just could find 3 to 4 research papers which talk about this concept, which have been mentioned here in the citations. And in the Indian context as well, we just have 3 to 4 papers which talk about food delivery applications. So we have given it in citations here. So the major gap, for the first major gap, is that there's very limited literature available on different aspects of food delivery business. So that is why we opted for this topic. Then the second says that we have studied literature in India. The papers generally do not focus upon the technological aspect, but they are talking about perceived risk of using these apps, the benefits of using these apps, the loyalty perspective, the quality of the food that is delivered, sustainability issues. So nobody talks about how a technology aspect, or you can say specifically if we talk about a mobile app, because this data was collected somewhere last year in around November December. So तब इंडिया में ये नया ही है, it is just 1 or 2 years this particular applications have been taken exponentially, grown exponentially. Then the third gap that we want to fulfill is the moderating influence of consumer innovativeness in the domain of IT. No paper in literature refers to this moderating variable in the context of mobile delivery, food delivery applications. So that is why we took this into consideration in this paper. And finally, the theories that have been applied to online food business is only a theory of planned behavior, uses and gratification, and serve queue model. So we tried to apply UT AUT2 first time in the Indian perspective for online food delivery applications. So this is the gap that we need to fulfill. This is the theory, just for your reference. It was given by Venkatesh in 2000 and et al. In 2012. So these are the antecedents of behavioral intention to use a technology, and finally it leads to use behavior. The objectives of my study are twofold. The first talks about simple the structural relationship between the antecedents of the UT-AUT theory on the consumer intention to use these mobile applications. So it is performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, hedonic motivation, habit, perceived value, price value. It's price value and behavioral intention to use these apps. Then second would be the relationship between intention and actual use behavior in the presence of consumer innovativeness as a reflective moderator. So these are the two objectives of the study. This is the study model. So if you can see here, H8 would mean the moderating impact, and H7 means intention to use behavior, the relationship. So these are the different hypotheses. I would not put much emphasis on this because this is the same thing that we have already mentioned, that these are different hypotheses. So from performance expectancy to price value, we have a relationship to intention, and then intention and behavior is H7 and moderating is H8. Now here is the research methodology. The study is descriptive in nature. Purposive sampling was adopted, wherein we ensured that those who are filling the questionnaire have used these food delivery online applications in prior time duration of time. The sample size is 276. The tool for data collection was an online questionnaire, and IBM SPSS and PLSM have been employed as softwares. For measurement and structural model, it is PLSM. Now, as we all know that whenever we are starting with any analysis of a structural model, first we check the measurement model. So we've checked the common method bias. It was less than 50%, which is very much in the range given by Herman single factor method. Then the Cronbach alpha and the auto loadings were also found satisfactory. The conversion validity, that is the AVE, was all greater than 0.5. And the discriminant validity given by Fonon and Leckel criteria also was found satisfactory. All these results are there in this Word file which I have inserted here. So if at the end of the session anybody wants to refer to them, I will just open this Word file. Now, this is an important slide. See, we were studying the impact of these antecedents of this theory. Two aspects were not very significantly affecting the intention to use these food delivery mobile applications. One was social influence and one was hedonic motivation. So, as the interpretation is very clear that in respondents don't use these apps just because somebody is referring them कि अच्छा है इसको use करो. They actually rely on the effort expectancy, performance expectancy, the price benefit. These are important factors, and social influence was not found significant in our study. Then hedonic motivation also, people just don't use it for enjoyment and fun. It may be more of a utility thing because they want to order something, they want it on time. So enjoyment is not a very important aspect as per the results of our study. These are the model fit statistics. The R square is 71%, that is 0.71 for intention, and it's 0.27 for use behavior. And all the model fit statistics for PLSM were found.
8 minutes.
Hanji. Okay. Now, the implications of the study, since we said that four factors were important and significantly affecting the intention to use these applications. So first, let us talk about price value. See, a lot of literature have been there which tells that India is a price sensitive market and we're always looking for price discounts when we are indulging into online shopping or online environment. So it is the similar aspect here as well. Indian consumers are looking for a lot of discounts and price value in whatever food that they're ordering through these applications. So companies can use this particular aspect and they can further strengthen by offering better offers during these cricket tournaments and festivals that we have. This is something which is very a good opportunity for these companies. Then also special discounts for different segments of customers can be there, such as student discounts, senior citizen discount, or people who are very not very high in their incomes. Maybe they may be given some extra incentive. So these price incentives at different segment of the customer may be helpful in tapping a greater variety of consumers and not just Gen Z and Gen Y. Then performance expectancy. So again, performance expectancy is an important factor. It can be further strengthened by giving a better chat support. It's already there in a lot of applications, but in certain applications, it can be strengthened and improved. Then also in the background of mobile banking also performance expectancy also is important. So in the similar manner, if we talk about the food delivery apps, the convenient payment method, the fast response and effectiveness of the service would be again a very important factor that the companies would be looking forward to. Finally, the application, the speed of the application, the description of the products, right? That is a very important part, and it also contributes to the performance of the as a consumer. For me, I'm doing my thing in an easier manner. I'm trying to order, and I will be doing it in less amount of time. Then again, habit was again an important factor. We all are aware that the millennials and the Gen Zs are very much habitual now to mobile apps and they are shopping online. And even for that matter, people above 45 also are getting addicted to online content. So, offering loyalty programs can further strengthen this particular aspect since people have already indulged a habit of using these applications. So, loyalty programs can always help them to.
Ma'am, please conclude in this.
Okay, yeah, it's final, ma'am. Then the conclusion says that technological advancements, again, we all know that it is being forcing companies to develop innovative platforms. So once the acceptance of a new technology is streamlined into a business, it is important to look at the various aspects, and these companies can improve on gaining more customer base if they are focusing on these four aspects, which was significant, and it would help them to gain more customer confidence in future. Thank you. This is the conclusion.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
ma'am.
much, Dr. Nupur.
Thank you, sir.
And may I humbly request my esteemed panel members, if they have any questions, suggestions, I would like to invite them to go forward. Professor Gaur, Professor Lim.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Sudhir. I think it's very interesting topic. I have question.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about how to research customer behavior. Have you think about using qualitative research to make it to explore this topic? And frankly, I don't see any not much discussion in your paper. Is that because you have a limitation of pitch, or is that because the time, or is it because
No, sir. Actually, yes, sir. So when this data was collected, it was around last year. So when the
okay,
discussion was being framed, first the time duration for the collection of data was also very limited, and the
okay,
market was maturing at that time in India. Now the food delivery market is at a different level. When the
mm,
data was collected, it was actually not at a very mature stage. So that is
okay,
why it was the discussion could not be so solid, so strong.
okay. And because they have, I don't know, in India we have a pandemic
Yeah,
COVID-19. Is
yeah.
that also impact of this your research?
No, sir, this is a future research limitation because, again, as I told you, this data was not collected during the pandemic. So, when the
Okay,
pandemic started, already the analysis was complete. So, it is in the future, and I'll try to mention it in the future discussions that obviously the effect of the pandemic has been immense on these applications. But
mm,
again, we are talking about just use of these apps and not no quality and perceived benefits and perceived risk. We are only talking about whether people are comfortable using these mobile applications or not. So the
okay,
technological aspect, maybe the COVID impact would not be very much if we talk about UT80, UT2 antecedents. But if we say perceived benefits or perceived risk, on that front, the impact of the pandemic would have been actually immense.
mm, okay, okay. And then do you will consider to use like qualitative to explore the customer behavior?
Sir, I could not get your question.
Ah,
Can you please
do,
repeat?
do you, do you consider to use qualitative research in the I mean, for maybe for next research to explore the customer behavior, or because I think your research is qualitative is can be used to explore this factor as well.
Sir, which factors? I'm not able to get your point.
The customer behavior,
Yes, sir.
how, yeah.
So different factors, like as I mentioned already, that service quality, and these are all the other factors that lead to TPB can be applied to this model. Then we can also apply signaling theory to this model for to study future behavior of people, how they work. So we have really, it's a huge untapped area actually. We have a very few research papers explaining this particular aspect. So in future studies, this research could be extended to maybe even tier 2 and tier 3 cities of India, where maybe the facilitating conditions are not that strong, the infrastructure is not that good, but still people want to use it, and how they are adopting it. So this may be extended in future for no, different tier 2 and tier 3 Indias, and we are working on a model where we can have a cross comparison of these geographical areas.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sudhir.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing else.
Dr. Ahmed, do you have any questions and suggestions? You're on mute, Professor, so please unmute yourself. Yeah.
sorry about that.
That's
Yeah, the
okay.
length of the paper is too big, actually 9,231 words.
Okay.
Even if you consider for any journal, might require 6,000 to 8,000 max.
Yes, sir.
So you need to consider that. And then,
Okay.
is it a paper taken over from any thesis or something? It looks like
No,
that.
no,
No?
no, sir. No, no, not at all.
What time you did the surveys on this
The survey was
duration?
done in December 19, actually, and the analysis was over by March, April. So the pandemic was starting, and I was doing the analysis. This was the point.
Okay. All right. Only the words are too high. I mean, that I could say it. 2020 references, have you not included anything in this?
No, sir. I would do that. Apologies for that, and I would include that.
Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah, because
the
when I was just sending it to the sir.
most recent references, I couldn't see much in that.
Yeah. Okay.
The references are there, so that was my suggestion.
Would
So
do that, sir. Okay.
thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad and Dr. Lee. Dr. Nupur, uh, okay, I believe in that critical is also one way of learning and improving. My objective here is to get your paper improved so that you can take advantage of getting it published at the best suitable home.
Yes, sir.
Well, there are certain things that I'm going to advise you,
Yes, sir.
and you may like to take a note of it to improve the paper further. One thing that you're claiming as contribution of the study, I do not consider that uh, as a contribution of the study. Maybe Dr. Gore is here and he may consider that, but personally, if you're asking me the kind of journals that I work with, just changing a town or a city or a state or a country or an industry is not a contribution of the study. Venkatesh has already suggested that this model is important, and you are also saying the same language. So I'm not able to. I read your paper very carefully, and I'm not able to get any theoretical contribution of the paper.
Okay.
You need to speak loud about the theoretical contribution of the study, and I know that you have those, but the only thing is either on your presentation or in paper these are not highlighted. Something you have been speaking about is Indians are conscious about price and discounts. World know about it, nothing new about it, right? Every marketer working here in India knows about it, don't they? They do. Now, saying the same language again or saying the same words again doesn't help, doesn't make a theoretical contribution. So you should know that just thinking that mobile app is a new context to study will not make a theoretical contribution to any of these. Something that you should talk about is churn behavior, or something that you should talk about is captivate them, or something that you should talk about is that how this, what is that unique that you're answering in this study. And I find, however, that there are many things you may talk about, that how do these mobile applications enhance their user base, one. Second, how do they address the problems that this user base is facing, second. And third, you may say that how they enhance their STP. So that these are the very basic questions, but you need to highlight the theoretical contribution which is not mentioned, right? So one is that. Second, something that I found is really relevant that you did in your study, but I don't know whether why you have not considered it. Yeah, if I am at your place, I will definitely give it a due consideration, and I am going to highlight that you found two critical evaluations of the variables. Two of your hypotheses are critical. Highlight those. You have why these are not suitable for Indian consumers. Like, see, organizations are looking to tap the Indian consumers, but why they should not bring the standardization strategy is something that you are answering. You're giving an answer to them stating that, look, if you are thinking that on the basis of this you can tap Indian consumers, is not going to work, and you should answer to them. So you should say that this study is answering to some fundamental questions on standardization. I mean, that can also be one of the research gaps. So I do not agree to the research gap that you kept. Instead, you need to rephrase them, reframe them. And
Okay.
something that I think, if you're planning to extend the studies, my humble suggestion would be to you that instead of to going with the same concept to other towns and other states and looking at how it is working in rural or urban, this is not something which is going to help you in publishing into any top tier journal. I don't know what your target is from these studies, but if you want to extend this study, then bring new context and new phenomena together or new concepts together. And that how you can do that is you bring the mobile app services and consumers at one place. Maybe you, for example, you can take cervical and see that what is the cervical orientation, or you, when you take both these models, then how cervical with UTAT is going to, what kind of results this will bring. And let me tell you, I'm going to give you a very good suggestion. First, bring the concepts and run the results, and then see that what results you are getting from there. And from there, start writing that, okay, oh, these are the results I got. And after that, frame your title. After that, frame your paper. It is not that I know that in India, this is how we do. We first decide the title and objectives, and then whatever we got, we try to fit in that. But I think as of now, you should make a critical attempt on literature, that why you got two hypothesis non-supported, and talk aloud about that how this going to help to the marketers. I do not agree to the implications that you spoke. Those are not related to the study. Trust me. If I'm the editor of your paper, I'll not agree to. I'll ask you to rewrite the implication part. Implication is not something that you did. You are speaking very, very general, that should tap to Gen Z, Gen Y, and other generation should tap to rural areas, should tap to small towns. I mean, this is something that they know. These are obvious. I'm sorry, I'm being critical, but these are very obvious things. They know it. Somebody who is running a Swiggy or a Zomato, don't you think that they know that they need to go there tomorrow? They do. Don't they know that, okay, today I'm targeting to uh, Z or Gen, other generations, X, Y, Z, any, but I need to target different segments. Either it is geography or a different consumer. They know that I need to expand there. This is not helpful to them.
Okay.
You need to bring some specific questions to answer.
Sure.
And this is a very good study, honestly. These are some critical concepts, critical questions, but this is a very good study. You very well said that technology is not very old here in India compared to the world. So you may like to add some emerging market concepts. How come technology, why it is interesting for rest of the globe. Somebody who is sitting in Europe or in South or North America will not like to study that how people behave in Mumbai. Something that they would like to
Okay.
see is that how technology is emerging.
Yes, sir. All right.
So you should, I mean, reframe the paper in the language that it caters to the global audience and not to the local audience. I don't know. My friend may
Yes,
add more.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the suggestions, and I will make sure that I reframe it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable feedback. Now, coming to next paper, paper TM013, entitled Trends in Destination Choice in Tourism Research, a 25-year bibliometric review, authored by Kshitija Pandey and Dr. Sujata Joshi.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Should I start?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Good morning to all esteemed panel members, faculty members, and other fellow researchers. My name is Kshitija Pandey. I'm PGDM from IIM Bangalore, assistant professor with Dr. V.N. Brims Institute of Management Studies, and a PhD research scholar with Symbiosis International University, along with my co-author, Dr. Sujata Joshi, professor with Symbiosis International University, present this paper titled Trends in Destination Choice in Tourism Research, a 25-year bibliometric review, which will try to bring a sense of the destination choice concept to the audience. We all like to travel.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Ma'am, please keep your video on during the presentation. It is expected from every participant, ma'am.
One
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Is it there?
Yes, ma'am, please
Yeah.
continue.
So we all love to travel to new destinations to explore what we have not experienced earlier in our life, and destination choice help us to experience that in a different way. Through this research, what we are trying to bring into the concept is that tourism literature has broadly covered many aspects related to tourist behavior and tourism decision making. One of the most important area, that is destination choice, which is the frequent interest area, which is complex, dynamic, and also very difficult and interrelated decisions, which talk about that how tourists make these decisions, which gives a memorable and unforgettable experiences to the tourist. It is this decision that is very, very critical when we look at going for vacations and thinking about which destinations to go and decide for the vacations. The purpose of this study is twofold. First, to analyze the extant literature in order to identify the literature quantitatively through the scientific tools to map, visualize and unfold the prime contributors from the literature, and second, to theoretical and scientific knowledge, which will help us identify what are the interlinkages between these various concepts. The second, to identify and map key themes which have come out of this research, which will help you give future research areas to the future researchers. The keywords for the research are destination choice, tourist destination, tourism behavior, bibliometric analysis, tourist decision, and factors influencing destination choice. The variables for this study, as this is a bibliometric literature review, the two important areas which were studied for this is destination choice and factors influencing destination choice. The prominent researchers in this area are Sirkaya Ikan, R.G. Woodside, L.N.D. Kropp, Nicolau, Scarpa, and Hubers. The research gap which is fulfilled by this specific study, that because for the past 2 decades, which have witnessed a dominant growth in the tourism literature with the development of its other subfields like destination choice modeling, destination choice models, decision-making styles and approaches with destination choice has not been explored from the bibliometric perspective. Therefore, to understand, explore, and study the major trends of existing research in this area, to understand various perspective interlinkages and assess it quantitatively for the last 25 years, and to map the knowledge structure and provide a future pathway for the research direction in this area are the major research gaps which are fulfilled by this research. The research objectives for this specific study are to examine the key trends in the research area, uh, to identify destination choice with respect to parameters such as citation and co-citation analysis. The second research objective is to assess the top contributors in the area of destination choice, like the top countries, authors, journals, and institutions, to evaluate the co-authorship between the countries in the area of destination choice, and to map the intellectual structure and develop the key research themes in the area of the destination choice. The detailed research methodology for the study has been explained in the 2 slides. The first talked about the nature of the study being bibliometric literature review, which has major applications in understanding the communication patterns in the subject field, identification of specialities of the specific subject fields, identification who are the influential authors, journals, institutions for the sample size that has been recognized in the study, and assessment of the quality of the literature which has been published over a period of time. It also also performs the ranking of publications through their importance, identify core literature for the innovative ideas which are presented in these sample papers, also studying subject interrelationships between the subject area, and investigating the structure of knowledge for the specific field which is used, can be used for the future research. In this map, what we can look at is the way the research methodology was followed. First, the literature string was used for destination choice, for which the Scopus database was used for the last 25 years, which gave 939 articles, after which the filtration of these 939 articles were based on the specific criteria to analyze the bibliometric parameters, and which gave the sample for 628 articles. Now this bibliometric analysis was then performed on this 628 articles. Now the analysis was done in two parts. First, the structured methodological approach was used to organize, scrutinize, and to get relevant research articles which can be used for the conceptualization of the subject area through Microsoft Excel tools. And second, the Scopus Analytics and the Was Viewer tool was used for finding out the relevant analytics based on the quantitative analysis for finding out the top contributing authors, journals, publications, and institutions. Then the summary of the findings and the contributions from the articles revealed the top contributions, their interlinkages, were the key research themes, and future directions for the research in this subject area. The result of the study has been put on the slide. It starts with trends in research publication, which talks about that the research has been growing steadily over the year, but the past decade has shown a lot of growth in the area of publication. Specifically, the year 1998 and 2002 have received a maximum number of citations, talking about 426 and 464 respectively. In the last 25 years, as it can be seen, the publication rate was 25 years, but from the period of 2009 to 2019, it has increased to 39 articles per annum. Which reflects the growing interest of research scholars and academicians towards the field of destination choice area. Moving towards citation trend analysis, it talks about the citations for the entire 628 articles, which was 19,551 for the period of 1995 to 2019, with the citation per ratio of 31.132, which indicates an increasing trend in citation over the years. When we look at the top authors, top 10 authors, which talked about, so for this 628 total articles, 168 authors were required. So 168 authors produced 628 articles, out of which the top 10 authors has been put up on the slide, which contributes around 56 articles in this paper, in this sample. The top three authors, as can be seen, is Nicolo Scarpa, Forseman, and Hubers, which are talking about this topic while examining the various destination choice models, travel motivations, distance, and the impact of holiday packages informations on their past holiday experiences. The next results talk about the top 10 countries, which are talking about research in which this research has, the countries in which this research has been really powerful. Now, as can be seen from the chart, the total 536 articles are accounting to around 86.59% of the publications for the analysis, among which USA being the top country, talking about 29%, with the most productive country, followed by Australia and United Kingdom, that is 12% and 10% respectively. The number, why we are looking at this, that this number of publication for one specific country shows the interest, the strength, and the attention of the country in the similar area, which talks about that how that country is.
Ma'am, please conclude, ma'am.
Yeah. Just give me 1 minute. The top 10 journals talk about, okay. This is the keyword co-occurrence analysis and co-authorship of the countries. These are the key research themes. The conclusion is that empirical and the conceptual studies are abundant in the area of destination choice, but bibliometric research is rare. The initial summary of the results shows that the evolution and the rise of the relevant articles and its quantitative assessment over the 25 years. But the geographic dispersion of the published articles indicates that USA leads with most influential articles, which are followed by Australia and Asia not being far behind. Now, the rigor and the extension of the research have started in the middle of the decade, but the key themes that are identified as per the study are conceptualization of destination choice models, destination choice decision-making process, and factors influencing destination choice process, providing for further future research avenues. It can be also found out that the research helps significantly by identifying and expanding. Yes, ma'am, just give me 1 minute. Expanding scope for the research to a specific segments. Now, 3 important contributions that I felt. That first is finding out that destination choice decision making process cannot be generic for the tourist. It has to be specific according to the segment. Now, the segment can be student, families, business travelers, leisures, or any other. Then the factors. Now, it becomes more complex as the factors influencing this destination choice adds into the decision. Those can be demographic, psychographic, destination, or various others. Then the third level of complexity can also increase as the purpose of the travel is included along with the permutation and the combination of the other 2 factors which I've explained earlier, which makes this decision very, very complex, which needs to be taken into consideration. These are the future areas to be explored, which is the conclusion of the research study. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pandey and Dr. Joshi. Professor Ahmed and Professor Lim, your suggestions and questions, please. You are again on mute, Professor Ahmed.
Yeah. When have you done these studies?
Sir, this is in the month of December, sir.
Last
August
year?
2020. August 2020. The literature search was done in the month of August 2020.
So there's not much literature on 2020 then? Not covered anything on 2020?
So the last year cannot be included because the year was not yet that concluded. So for the analysis, the software doesn't take the last year. So therefore the study was limited to 2019.
No, the studies which has been done on until that period I'm talking about, not the statistical data.
Okay. Sir, I'm not able to hear you, sir.
Automatically it's on mute. I don't know. It's automatically going on mute.
Sir, can you repeat the question?
No. Why is it that it's going beyond 10,000 words for each article? Most of the articles going 10,000. Is it necessary for these type of articles to go to 10,000 when you are just doing?
So the result parts are elaborate. So we need to explain the results and along with the graphs. So therefore, then the discussion and the rest of the parts. And the literature review also had been very extensive. So literature review has also taken around 2,500, I think, words in that, because that has to be extensive.
When you are intending for any publication or something, have you kept in mind that what length should be there for the papers or something?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, Chair, you can ask some questions. Dr. Sudhir Rana, I'll give to you to ask a few questions.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Pandey, I see that it's a good work, but like I told you that I'm going to be critical today so that every paper being presented here can be improved. For literature review paper, like there can be an extension of words. And you may like to write to editors that, hey, this is a review paper that I'm sending, and would you like to consider with more number of words? But it can be only done when you bring something into the paper. Yeah, something new and something interesting. What I found in your paper is your job is half done. This paper is half. This paper is not yet complete. Have you completed this paper from your side?
Sir, I thought that it is. You can give
No,
me the input, sir.
no. The paper is not yet completed. So just documenting something which is done is not makes a paper.
Okay, sir.
What is that you are bringing by what has been done? What has been done is done. What is you bringing out of it? I could not find that. Bibliometric, however, I would specially invite Professor RPS Kaurav to give suggestion to you on bibliometric, because I found that your methodology need to be explained more, and he's the right person here with us. We're
Sure,
going to
sir.
give you a few tips on it.
Sure, sir.
But something that I found that half-heartedly done is the future research agenda. This is the
Okay, sir.
main objective of any literature review paper. I
I
also
agree,
done a
sir.
few research paper myself on literature review on conceptualization, but they cannot be presented without having a future research agenda, and that is not properly done. Number one. Second, which bibliometric parameters have you used? It is not clear in your methodology. Your methodology, you spoke something else, written something else. So one mismatch I found is that during your presentation in RM, something written research question and objective, they cannot be a part of your RM. Okay, you need to somehow, like, when it was written, it was not very clearly written. You need to bring that how screening took place. You did not mention anything about screening. How did you reach from 900 to 600? How the screening of see, reviewing and then rejecting the paper, nobody can do it. That you first will read 300 papers and then you will say that these 300 are not of use. Nobody does that, and that is not practically possible. So you need to clearly spell it out that how did you do the data cleaning.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so data cleaning is not very well answered something, and this is exclusively for you. So when
Okay.
it will come that what new your paper have,
Mm-hmm.
you can mention that as new. And that is that your suggestion for the journals. I read a lot of bibliometric and literature review papers, and they do not give many suggestions to the journals. There are
Mm-hmm.
three kind of journals that comes in. One are the high quality established journals. The second are the rat race journals who are into ranking indexing race, and the third are the budding journals. So what is your suggestion to established journals by reading that who publishes what? So
Mm-hmm.
on basis of that assessment, your
Mm-hmm.
suggestion, I mean, new something that you can add in the paper is suggestions for the publication outlets. Do you think that publication outlets are sufficient for this topic? If yes, you may like to bifurcate them on the basis of their indexing, ranking, reputation, or coverage. That okay, more journals need to be established, not to be established. There are papers coming into the mid-level journals, so they need to expand into this area, not expand to this area. Would you like to suggest publishing on these topics to the budding journals or not, based on that these papers are getting more citations, getting more popularity? I mean, some implications or some recommendation can go for them. Second, your suggestion should go for, and this is like I told you that these suggestions are exclusively for you. You may like to bifurcate the scholars as well, that there are established scholars and there are infancy stage scholars. And like, don't call them infancy stage scholars, call them the new age scholars, or
Yeah.
yeah, so
Aspiring
something like that,
scholars.
aspiring
Aspiring.
scholars. So
Aspiring.
what are the must read papers you are going to, I saw you mentioned them, the models and some
Sir,
highly
it is
cited.
mentioned in the
Yeah,
paper, sir.
I
Because of the
this
time limit, I
this
couldn't
is
present,
this I
sir.
know. No, I read the paper also. Trust me, every paper that I'm discussing, I have given sufficient read to them.
Yeah.
It is not that I'm just listening to the presentation. I read them sufficiently. So I saw that you have documented them,
Yes,
but
sir.
your inferences are not there. What do you mean
Yes,
by
sir.
these models?
Inferences are lacking. I agree with you, sir. Yeah.
You have just documented them in the table.
Yeah.
If you I look at your table 1, you have just documented that these are the 10 papers
Yeah.
representing to the models. What do these models mean? How do these models contribute? What is the critical evaluation from you on
I
these
get it.
models?
Right,
What
sir.
literature says, that what are the good points of these models, bad points of these models? I mean, that assessment has to come in a literature review paper. That is not there.
Okay, sir.
I did not find. I mean, something that I could saw is that you selected through the keywords, you processed it, and you documented it. That job is there. But a job of a scholar of critically evaluating this field and then suggesting that based on my assessment, I'm recommending this, not recommending this, is something that need to be done. And that is the reason I said that your paper is half done. So the documentation part is done now. Now you should focus on the inference part. Okay, and
Definitely, sir.
selection of the keywords is not clear. Which keywords you need to take multiple keywords, and why you have chosen these keywords? Maybe in literature, some justification to the keywords.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Okay, sir.
co-citation network I could not find. And Professor Kaurav, I would request if you can just have a minute or so to give some your suggestions from you, because I know this is your expertise.
Thank you, sir. I'll probably share my feedback later. Right now, I'm not the panelist. I'm simply attending the session. Thank you very much for inviting me feedback. But I'll share my comments later. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Professor Lim.
No, I'm okay. I think you have done your comment very well. So yes.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. And for all the panel members for sharing their feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, just to all my friends who are presenting here, my criticism doesn't mean that I'm not liking your paper. I'm liking your papers, and I would definitely like to see some of your paper in some of the journal that I'm associated with.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable suggestion. Next participant is Dr. Manish Dadich, Dr. Manvinder Singh Pahwa, Dr. Shubham Goswami, and paper entitled Evaluative Study of Financial Well-being of Selected Public and Private Sector Banks, a comprehensive study.
Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I am very thankful to the Prestige Institute for giving me opportunity to present my paper. Especially, I'm very glad that if I present my paper in front of Professor Sudhir Rana, Professor Guar Ahmed, and Professor Lim Ji Sai. So without wasting time, here are my presentations. So the title of my today's presentation is an evaluative study of financial well-beings of selected public and private sector banks, a comprehensive study. And Dr. Manvinder and Dr. Shubham are my co-author. So as per the format given by the institution, so these are the keywords of the title. It includes the capital adequacy, non-performing assets, financial volatility, and assets quality. So let me begin with some introduction or the background of the study. As we know that the banks are licensed institutions that collects fund from public surplus for the lending purpose to the business and trade. So you know there are two parties. One is money providers and one is the money user. So here the bank ensures a certain return on investment and to attain the minimum cost of capital. The emerging issues for every bank in present scenario is risk mitigation, because risk is inevitable in nature, and the adoption of fine risk management practices in present turbulent and volatile scenario. And it has also been confirmed by Al Riyadh 2017. So let's talk about the variables of the study. So this study is based on the Camel model developed in US banking institution 1970. So these are like the individual alphabet actually represent some variables, like C stand for capital adequacy, A stand for assets quality. Here we consider the NPA, and M for the management quality. Here we consider the net profit to total fund. For earning efficiency, of course, the profit per employee, and for the liquidity, we consider the current ratio. Let's talk about the research gap fulfilled by the study. As we know that the present time is known for the merger and acquisition of bank to restructure themselves and bring the synergistic efficiency. In recent past, 2017, when all SBI associates banks merged with SBI, and after that the SBI came and top 50 banks of the world. And the same may happen in near future in Indian banking system also. So the merger makes the bank financially strong in different platforms like upgrading the technology, increase in market share, increase profitability, and symbiotic growth. In recent past, the Ministry of Finance also discussed that in future there may be only 10 to 12 banks instead of 20 public sector banks. Thus, the present study delves to analyze the financial performance of both public and private scheduled banks in post-globalized financial crisis. And these are hypotheses and the objectives of the study. So hypothesis one, there is no noteworthy contrast between the financial performance of public and private segment bank. And these are the important objectives of the study. The first one is to analyze and compare the financial position or the well-being of public and private bank for the specific period of only 5 years in recent past, like 2015 to 2019. And second, to ascertain the liquidity of banks and analyze they are whether they can meet the short-term loans effectively or not. And third, to find out whether the public banks are performing well or private are more effective. So here is the detailed research methodology, nature of study, of course, descriptive and analytical. And the sample design that we already discussed, that it's a camel model representing the capital adequacy, assets quality, management efficiency, earning efficiency, and liquidity for last 5 years. And tool for data analysis, of course, all the data are secondary data collected from the annual reports of selected banks and the Association of Indian Banks, some annual bulletins of RBI, annual reports of RBI, and certain journals. And tool for analysis, we use the independent t-test on this camel model. And here, take a look of average camel variable for all public sector banks. So here I consider the top 5 private sector banks first, right from HDFC, ICICI, Axis, Yes, and Kotak Mahindra Bank. And these are the average CAR, NPA, average net profit, profit per employee, and average current ratios. And these are the grand average you can see at the bottom. And in the second slide, you can also see the average of camel variable of public sector banks. So here, like you can see the problem of NPA, a problem of net profit to total fund, and profit per employee. You may see that there are some negative sign, of course, for SBI, Bank of Baroda, PNB, and of course the IDBI is showing the profit per employee is very, very less. So we check the data with the help of independent t-test, and you can see the F value significant at 0.01 level, and you can see the CAR, NPA, and net profit to total fund is of course significant, whereas the profit per employee and capital, this one current ratio, sorry, is not pretty much significant. Let us move to implication and significance of the results. So this study is an endeavor to articulate and to disclose the comprehensive financial well-beings of the banks. The study also aimed to explore, examine, evaluate, and exhibit the profitability instruments of selected scheduled banks of India. The finding could be beneficial for the researchers, bankers, policymakers in framing the policy for better banking services to the customers. Eventually, the comprehended data for the banks regarding the profitability, solvency, liquidity, NPA, the NPA is a very grim situation for especially public sector bank, will show a clear guideline for the management of fund and their optimum utilization of available resources. When we talk about conclusion, we found that the private sector banks to be more secure by maintaining selected ratio slightly above the standards. Suppose we talk about the capital adequacy ratio, which is like 12%. So all private sector banks, they make sure these standard norms. So we may say that there is significant difference, especially in NPA, CAR, net profit to total funds between public and private sector bank. Further, the t-test also outlines that there is a no noteworthy difference between profit per employee and liquidity chunk of these selected banks. And this finding is also accordance with the Prasad, Ravinder, and Reddy in 2011. So the study may helpful in understanding the mechanism of prominent indicators based on the camel approach, which in turn might help the regulator to adjust and calibrate the design for future policy requirement. These are certain references. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manish. Professor Ahmad and Professor Leem.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Professor Lean, you're saying something?
Yes, maybe I want to ask a question. Is there any reasons for you to analyze the performance of banking only for 5 years? And do you think is there any possibility the result will be different if you analyze the banking performance using the tools in longer time, like 10 years or 15 years?
Of course. Yes, sir. So this could be one of the limitation that I studied last 5-year data only, correct? But yes, of course, the result would be more comprehensive when I select the like more than 10 years or even 12 years.
But the result will be similar or will be different?
Of course, definitely different, sir. Because you see, in present pandemic situation, when merger and acquisitions are taking place, so I consider these 5 years just because, like I found in literature review that there is so much volatility, especially on the camel parameter when we talk about the profitability or the NPA or the efficiency of the banks. That's why I concluded for only 5 years only. But you are saying absolutely right that the result would be different if I consider the more than 5 or even more than 10 years. So thank you very much for this suggestion, Professor Lim.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I have a small suggestion or question, whatever it is.
Please, sir.
Yeah, thing is, so, excuse me, I'm in a meeting. I see in the text, you have used some software where the full citation, like the first name and the last name, both are coming in the text. Have you seen that before submission of the paper?
Yes, of course, sir. Like, I submitted again, sir. Of course, this was the problem, but I submitted second time, sir.
I see, but what we have
Yes,
received is
yes. If you want, I can show you again.
No, it's fine. But we
Okay.
see that most of the, cited, scholars' references in the text, you have mentioned the full name, first name, last name, middle name in the text. That's of concern. So that was it. And yeah. So what was the limitations for you not taking at least the 10-year data or something? Yes, you have taken 5. It's good.
Yes, of course.
So what was the limitations for you for not considering the going back more, taking about 10 years? Because it's mostly the secondary data, I believe. So
Yes, of course. Actually, sir, the literature reviewed, especially for Indian reference, it says that like there are much volatility, sir. Of course, the pattern of volatility after subprime crisis, say after 2008, was different. So I consider only this 5 years parameters.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Please,
Thank you, Professor Ahmed, and
Dr.
I would like,
Sudhirana. Dr.
yes,
Sudhirana, please take over.
Yeah,
yes, of
thank
course.
you. It
I'm
is
waiting
like
for
that
Professor Sudhir.
I'm the only one who is going to play a critical role today, but I would
I'm
certainly
waiting, sir.
Because you
request
are well
Professor
prepared.
Professor
Yeah.
Ahmed and Professor Lim also to to be with me. Otherwise, they will think that I'm the only one who is using the microscope to
No, not
No,
look
no,
necessarily.
at
no,
the
sir.
It's
It's
paper.
not a
understood.
microscope,
It's
sir. It's
understood.
a
but
valuable
but
suggestion, sir.
trust
I'm
me,
waiting for
like
you, sir.
well, I did not find anything valuable in the paper. Sorry to say that, but you need to really justify the paper and rewrite the sections.
Yes, sir. How, sir? Please suggest me.
Okay, your introduction is half done. Like I'm not able to comprehend that why this paper is written, what is the need of the paper, and you need not to write please in the bullet points. Please don't do that. Like both the camel model as well as public private comparison is done massively in Indian context. Why do you think that there is a need of another paper? It should come in the introduction, and please in a storyline form, not into the bullet points. So that from there your introduction should start, that yes, there are number of literature review available, but and I see you have an interesting question, that one hypothesis or one question is sufficient, trust me, but the only thing is that you do not brought that into the discussion. Something that why you have used camel, and why you this comparison once again is important. And like you rightly mentioned, that there were a lot of mergers between the subsidiary bank. You should highlight that where
Okay,
that
sir.
has gone.
Fine. Very good,
You
sir.
say that yes, public private comparison is not new, and admit it in the introduction only, that yes, literature advocates that public private comparison is massively done or fairly done in the literature, but I found that during this time there were some changes happened from the governance side, and these happened. I mean, bring some
Sure, sir.
interesting things in the introduction. I did not find those. Okay, then come to the literature review. There are number of papers on this area, and you did not do justice to present the literature review. Even your own research questions are not arriving from the literature review that you done. You should look at the governance factors. That's how when governance change and when there is a merger or acquisition, or when there are some structural change into the banking system, what interesting there can be. And I think this is what you're trying to answer, but your literature review did not include the studies that talk about when structure of the banks change, or when the governance of the bank change, or the system of banks change, from like merging them together or having one protocol or having more standardization of the policies. There were many things that you could talk, but you did not talk, and
Okay.
I strongly feel that you should talk. Okay, let me tell you, there are certain things that you should include in the papers, that you
Please.
should include in the literature review, is that when there is one governance, one rule, one policy, then can
Yes.
it help the public or private sector banks to control the NPA and to enhance their productivity? So one is this question. Then second question comes from the employee side. When employee will have a standard protocol to follow, and standard timelines to follow, or say standard way of auditings, or standard way of resources, because they are sharing resources also. So something from the employee side, because they are working. So when they will have resource sharing, and when there will be policy sharing, when there will be training sharing, when there will be rule sharing, will there be any change possible, or and are can we expect any change? These are certain interesting things that you should build around the introduction and literature review, my dear friend.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you very much,
you
sir.
you you did not
It's
talk about these,
of course, sir.
and these are the only thing new that you are talking, your analysis is talking about. Sorry, you are not audible to me.
Sir, I think he lost his connection.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible to me now.
Yes, sir. I noted down all 6, 7 suggestions, sir, and definitely all these suggestions makes this paper wonderful, sir. I'm very
See,
thankful
you
to.
need to sell the paper to the readers.
Yes,
Why
of
should
course.
I read another paper that talk the same things?
Mm,
Right? And you have some new things when you analyze. I could see that because I have seen your variables, but you have not done a good job on story building. Okay, so do something on story building. Do that.
of course. Right, sir.
Okay.
Thank
Yes.
you very much.
And also, like, I see one thing that you are talking about foreign banks too. So you need to be very careful that are you also going to talk about the foreign banks or not. So sorry, you lost the connection again.
Uh, Sir, I think he lost his connection again.
Yeah,
Uh,
no issues, we can move forward.
all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your valuable insights. Our next presentation is Tirthang Shah and Narayan Besar.
Yeah, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, let me just, I hope the screen is visible now. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. Respected members of the panel and fellow researcher, a warm good morning. I'm Professor Tirthang Shah from Nirma University, and with me is Professor Narayan Basher from PDPU University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Let me quickly build a background of this study and then I'll move forward. I'll be the presenter of the paper. Right, the paper, which is titled as Global Mutual Fund Market, the Turn of the Month Effect and Investment Strategy. Financial markets are considered to be, if we go back to efficient market hypothesis proposed in 60s by pharma, that the markets are efficient. Last more than 3 or 4 decades, many empirical studies have pointed otherwise, that markets are having many anomalies, so to speak, as a mispricing in the market, which should actually vanish if there are arbitraging opportunity, and which should eventually take care of such anomalies. Turn of the month effect is one of such anomalies, and how the turn of the month effect comes into a picture, which is based on our literature review and understanding, we would like to briefly highlight. So turn of the month effect says that towards the end of the month, a few trading days towards the end of the month and few trading days towards the start of the month, the return generated during this window are higher than the return generated during rest of the trading months of the day. Right? So it means that the returns which are generated, let's say for last 3 days of the trading month and first 3 days of the next month, is higher as compared to the return generated on other days. Now, the idea behind this is, as many studies has delineated, that generally a huge larger salaried class which receives salaries towards the end of the month or towards the start of the month, subsequent to that, some portion of the salary also goes towards the investment, and hence this builds a liquidity infusion into a market temporary for those days, which results into higher price and eventually into a higher return. This is one of the logic, and this is one of the empirically tested understanding behind why turn of the month effect has persisted over last more than 2.5 decades. So we are approaching forward with that background. Some of the keywords which we would like to highlight, which covers major aspects of the study and that we would like this study to be searched upon. There's a turn of the month effect, equity mutual funds, investment strategy, and calendar anomaly, which is a broader title for many such anomalies. Coming to variables of the study, since we are following the format which was shared with us, that was no separate section on literature review. We have kept the same format. So just to add a point, we have done more than 50 papers literature review, which are generally from internationally recognized journals such as ABDC, A&B, Web of Science, and Scopus. And we have identified 30 journals which were directly, broadly speaking, contributing to our study and understanding, which are there in the references. The variables which were identified based on the supporting research articles If we speak about the variables, which were, so studies were majorly segregated into two parts, where the smaller window of the turn of the month, which was -1 +3, this denotes the last trading day of the month and first 3 trading day of the next month. So -1 +3 is the turn of the month window. So here the smaller trading window was substantiated by one of the pioneering work done by Laconish and Smith 1998 or Jin 1990, and some of the recent studies such as Adria Scholars 2019, so to speak. Same way, there was also a debate that if we take a larger window for turn of the month effect, what kind of implications come out of it. So we wanted to include, in order to increase the rigor, both the side of windows. So the variables for shorter windows were this, and variables similarly for a larger window, which was -7 +7 days. So last 7 trading days of the month and then the first 7 trading days of the next month was the window for turn of the month days, and then the remaining days were considered as the rest of the month, which was denoted as arrowhead. So same daily return generated through this window and daily return generated besides the days which were not part of this window. Again, many landmark work which was done in focus with the broader window, which is all encompassing other small windows such as -2 +4, -2 +2, and so forth. So we thought, let us take a broader all encompassing window which would reflect all other smaller windows as well. And studies which were some of the latest studies in this direction, which were conducting the research and have shown the positive result. Zimba was a landmark work in 1991, which was going for more broader window rather than going for a shorter windows. Professor Ansari's work 2017 was also contributing, covering a 12 equity markets, geographically focused not only on Asia Pacific but as well as the Middle East and the European segment, as delineated on the same. Coming to a research gap, market-wise research gap that we, based on our extensive literature review, we found out majority, to quote a number, 80% of the studies were focused on stock market, of course, because this is the higher point, and most of the market anomalies are generally empirically tested for stock markets. We found only 2 or 3 papers which were focused on integrating with the derivatives market to test this anomaly. And there was only 2 papers on currency markets which were delineating if such effect, turn of the month effect, is existing in currency markets. However, we could not identify, based on our 50 plus research articles that we went through, any single study which was exclusively focused on equity mutual funds as a pooled investment vehicle. So we thought it would be interesting idea to look at this underexplored domain, which is the equity mutual fund, which definitely, as we understand, has asset under management running into $1 trillion. Right? So it would be a good idea to explore. We started with that line of thinking first. Hence, we identified equity mutual fund as a area, as a market wise, to plug the gap. And second was the objective wise. Majority of studies were focused on with the objective of testing if this calendar anomaly exists or not. And they were not broadly going beyond it. They were trying to put a counterpoint to efficient market hypothesis that this anomaly still persists after 2 or 3 decades and it is still there. So we thought that would not be a good idea to just do another back testing or empirical testing and end there. We certainly significantly wanted to add value there. We wanted that if there is a persistence of such anomaly, we want to go ahead and devise some investment strategy if we can to exploit such anomaly. And so we also focused on devising investment strategy to create how return enhancing strategy can be used to exploit this anomaly. Coming to objective and hypothesis, so 2 objectives: to investigate this effect in 6 international geographies and 2 multi-geographic segments, and to propose investment strategy to exploit this anomaly. Hypotheses were formed that there is no statistically significant mean difference between return generated during these days and return generated during the rest of the trading days for -1 +3 window, and same as for -7 +7 window. And we have also done a regression analysis where, so hypothesis was the slope coefficient of the regression of return, that is, as we say, beta, generated during the trading days of -1 +3 window is 0, meaning there is no statistical significance for -1 +3 window, and same for -7 +7 window. Coming to a data and research, the scope 6 geographical segments that are US, Europe, and Japan from developed world, India, China, and Latin America from emerging market world we have picked. two multi-geographical segment where emerging market theme mutual funds. So mutual funds are invested with this theme across various emerging market, and international market theme where mutual funds are invested across various international markets were the two multi-geographical theme that we have also picked up. Identification of mutual fund was done based on the every geographical segment. Top 5 equity mutual funds were taken based on asset under management from mutualfunds.com, which is all encompassing data for all the mutual funds in the globe, resulting into total 40 mutual fund schemes that we have identified. Time period was 15 years time period, starting from 2005 to July 2020. It is importantly including reason behind selecting this time period was generally we say 5 to 7 years is a one economic cycle. So we wanted to at least cover two economic cycle, as well as very importantly 2008 financial crisis, and certainly at least a 7 months of outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. So we went as far as we could go to till July 2020 to cover this important aspect to see how the behavior or pattern changes. Data source was net asset value of every mutual fund scheme, daily frequency from Yahoo Finance. Data point 3,770 data points for every single mutual fund scheme was collected to perform the test. Coming to, so eventually every NAV was converted into a log return based on a standard formula applied. Regression analysis was done based on the supporting literature as Kunkel 2003, Kumar 2050, Aziz Ansari 2017, where a slope was a point of the study, where if the returns were generated during the where the dummy value was passed on. If the return is on the rest of the month day, dummy value of 0, and if return was on the other day, the dummy value of 1 was passed for conducting regression analysis. All standard tests such as unit test, auto regression tests were done before going for the regression analysis. Wilcoxon sign right test was also used for as a non-parametric test. Now reason again comes from the literature review. Many studies increasingly found a trend that they are not picking any one side, rather they started building their study that we believe that the market have non-normality distribution, and hence along with the normality we also would like to do non-parametric tests to to configure this non-parametric domain of the same. So we use the
Thanks, sir.
yeah.
Thanks, sir. Just sorry to disturb you in between,
Yeah.
and I just want to request you to kindly come to the last part of the presentation. The reason being, you have already taken 11 minutes, and we have other participants
Sure.
who are there.
Let me quickly wind up.
Directly come to the findings or the.
So these are the findings. The highlights are in favor of turn of the month result as per both the windows for regression analysis as far as Wilcoxon sign rank test. Okay, let me take quickly 1 minute and summarize the findings and implications. So what we have found is based on our 15-year long daily frequency for 6 and geographic segment and 2 multi-geographic segment, that emerging market block has shown statistical significance in favor of a turn of the month effect. So for both the windows, if that is the case, at least we would like to build a strategy for emerging market focused mutual fund investors, so to speak. The first is generally, as we see, investor invest through a systematic investment plan as per MFIS data for financial year 2021, 62,000 crore of in SIP mode was invested through. So if that is the case, in SIP systematic investment plan, investor can identify deliberately a date between my 10th or 20th, which I have done personally for last 1.5 years for my case, which I have invested in 5 mutual fund scheme. And they can invest in 10th, 20, where the average buying price of NAV has come down comparatively lower as compared to the date which are selected in the window, which is the turn of the month effect. So their average price is coming down lower as compared to the date which is selected during the window. And same way, when they are selling out their NAVs through a systematic withdrawal plan on a monthly basis, let's say, they can deliberately select the date between the last 7 days of the month or first 7 days of the month, where average selling price can be higher because of the returns that are generating higher. So they can have a lower average buying price, as well as when they are selling, they will have a higher buying price. So based on this, I conclude 40 mutual funds data for 6 geography and 2 geography, 15 years of data. We result deliberates that we find the persistence of such anomalies, specifically in emerging market blocks, and we suggest based on such the staggered investment strategy in order to reduce down the average buying price and also to increase the average selling price. I have done this for my 1.5 year of my personal investment as well, and the price difference is coming out around 7 to 8% for buying price during the rest of the days as compared to if one is buying during the turn of the month days. I would end my point here. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you so much, Professor. Professor Ahmed and Professor Lim, please.
Yes. Your research is very interesting, and it can help the investor when you show that the effect can be happen in the emerging market. But and then you suggestion some action to cope with the effect. Have you also give some evidence that your suggestion can be successful?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get your last part.
Can you do you also give evidence that your action that you suggest can be
Yes, sir.
successful?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we are work in progress, honestly speaking.
Hmm.
So the data which I was talking about was my personal investment data, which I was just doing it for the sake of it, first to have a feel of it, whether it is there or not, right? Because I am a industry person. I have worked in industry for
Okay.
7 years, and I was very keenly interested if this can be worked out.
Mm.
So I have done this with my personal investment for at least last 1.5 year. I was working on this idea, and I have done some 40 plus mutual fund which are there in India. So I started with that first, and then I found it interesting, and then from 1.5 year, I've changed deliberately dates for my systematic investment plan, and I was following this and I was calculating. Of course, that data is right now, I'll not be in a position because of the personal data, but we are working on it to take a generalized data to add as a technical appendix in the paper. So absolutely well taken point, sir. We would like to add something where we can compare and say about what percent the difference is coming out as a technical appendix to a paper. Thank you very much, sir, for that point.
Okay, yes. For me, this research is more practical
Yes, sir.
rather than the academic. But yes, maybe you can add more evidence and also give more uh, literature review to make it a strong argument. Yeah,
Sure, sir.
thank you.
Thank you so much,
This
sir.
is only for me.
Sir, we'll pass on to you, Dr. Sudhir Rana.
Are you sure, Professor? You may have some suggestions.
No,
Please,
we'll
sir.
just pass on to you.
Okay. Okay. So quickly, Dr. Shah, it was a good presentation, but while looking at your paper is totally adverse to your presentation. I could not find any references or citation in the introduction where you need to establish the base of the study. So please do that. Your hypotheses are not clear in the study and not related to the literature. So please do that. Also, like structure of your paper need to be looked into. I'm sure you're having a rich experience, so within your own look you'll be able to understand that you need a good structure of the paper around. Something that you need to really highlight as a technical point is due to modernization and due to the regular incomes, this study is important. So when I look why this study is important, so you should look that emerging markets due to their modernization and the regular income opportunities, there are the regular monitoring and of investment is coming. So
Absolutely.
this is something that you need to discuss. I'm just feeling that okay, you can how you can make your paper for a larger audience. Otherwise, mutual fund investment in India is of no use to anyone. But knowing the emerging market context that okay, due to regular incomes, the living is changing, the investment behaviors are changing. So your study will become useful to many organizations as well as behavioral finance scholars. Bring that context.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for having
Please,
that valuable input to us.
please, please.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestions. I request all participants to please follow the prescribed time limit so that we will be able to finish it on time. Our next presenter is Dr. Ruchita Verma, Dr. Dhanraj Sharma, Ms. Shaini Sam, and the paper entitled Testing of Random Walk Hypothesis in the Cryptocurrency Market.
Am I audible? This is Shaini Sam here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. A warm good morning to the session chair, the panelists, and all the members present here. I'm Shaini Sam. I'm here to present my research paper titled Testing of Random Walk Hypothesis in the Cryptocurrency Market, authored by Dr. Ruchita Verma, Dr. Dhanraj Sharma, and myself. Moving ahead, the keywords few keywords can be deduced from the title itself, that is cryptocurrency and random walk hypothesis, and the others, as the title itself suggests, that it's a test. Thus, a series of tests were carried out, namely ARIMA, augmented decay Fuller test, Philip-Perron test, variance ratio test, and Rist-Gottfried serial correlation LM test, which constitutes the keyword of this research paper. Moving ahead, now as the study focuses on the relevance of the past prices of the financial asset, return series are used for the analysis. Thus, the returns of the sample cryptocurrencies selected for the study were computed, and this has been done based on the studies carried out in the cryptocurrency market. Major studies are quoted here, that is Urquhart cited here, Urquhart of 2016, Kuntia and Patnaik 2018, Caprol and Plastun 2019, Bor et al 2019, Agarwal 2019. The following, the return series for all the cryptocurrencies were calculated as follows. That is, the log value of XRT by XRT minus 1 was calculated to find out the return, where ZRT is the returns on the Tth day. Log returns of XRT is the closing price of the Tth day, and XRT minus 1 is the closing price of the T minus 1th day. Now, what is the research gap that has been fulfilled? The finance theorist Eugene Fama in 1970 had stated that markets are efficient and follow random walk model, which means future price of a market cannot be predicted. Now, since then, many studies have been carried out to examine if the market or a financial asset follow random walk model. Now, it has been surveyed and documented. It has been found that a lot has been surveyed and documented on stock market efficiency. But the cryptocurrency being a very new and naive market, this young and emerging cryptocurrency market has become a fad amongst the investors, academicians, and policymakers alike as a financial asset, despite the fact that a lot of ambiguity has been prevailing around it with regards to its legality. And based on a study by Heilman and Roches in 2017 of Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance, approximately 300 academic articles have already been published exploring various aspects of cryptocurrency. But it is found that only a countable number of studies were documented on crypto markets efficiency, and that too, it majorly focused on Bitcoin. So the research gap here was found that Bitcoin alone does not constitute a cryptocurrency market. There are thousands of cryptocurrencies being daily traded. Thus, the present paper aims to examine the random walk hypothesis in the cryptocurrency market and not alone in Bitcoin, using a lot of parametric techniques and not alone using the traditional tests that have been carried out over the years in the even in the stock market and in cryptocurrency market. Going ahead, based on this, the hypothesis, as the title itself suggests, it is testing of random walk hypothesis. The hypothesis for the study is as follows, that is, null hypothesis, daily cryptocurrency return follow a random walk model, and alternative being daily cryptocurrency return does not follow a random walk model. Based on this, the objective was stated that is to examine the random walk hypothesis, or examining the martingale property, presence of martingale property in the daily returns of the cryptocurrencies, namely Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Ripple, and Stellar. Now, moving on to the research methodology, the 5 cryptocurrencies have been selected for the study, namely Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Tether, and Ripple. Now, these have been selected based on their market capitalization and the longest availability of data. And the time period for the study is selected from January 1st, 2016 to December 31st, 2019, which constitutes around 1,460 observations in each sample series. Now, why this time period was selected? In the late night 2014, the largest Bitcoin exchange, the largest cryptocurrency exchange, Mt. Gox, had crashed, and consequently cryptocurrency market had declined steeply. And 2015 it was still gaining momentum. So post that phase, the time period for the study has been selected. The source of the data is coinsmarketcap.com. The following are the empirical tests that has been conducted in the study to ensure the robustness of the examination of returns. That is variance. The most common to test the random walk hypothesis is variance ratio test given by Law and McKinley in 1988, and other tests being augmented Dickey-Fuller test, Philip-Perron test, Bruest-Godfrey serial correlation LM test, and ERIMA or Box-Jenkins methods are also being conducted in this study, other than the traditional variance ratio test. Moving ahead to the moving ahead with the descriptive statistics, the results and discussions. Here the table first here gives the descriptive statistics of the sample cryptocurrencies. The mean returns of all 5 sample cryptocurrencies is close to 0, with standard deviation of the sample series ranging from 3 to 7%. The kurtosis metric here implies that the sample series of all cryptocurrencies are extremely heavy-tailed. Now, one of the basic tests to understand if a series is following random walk is to check if it is normally distributed. Thus, the Jar-Cabrera test was conducted here, and if it is said that if the probability value of a Jar-Cabrera test is less than 0.05, it implies that it is not normally distributed. And here we can see that the null hypothesis is rejected, implying that the series, all the 5 cryptocurrency return series are not Gaussian, are not following any Gaussian distribution, or that it is not normally distributed. Now, since the Jar-Cabrera test revealed that data is not normally distributed, we went ahead with the variance ratio test of sample cryptocurrencies, which was given by Law and McKinley. The variance ratio test is to examine the random walk model in a financial series with a test period of 2, 4, 8, and 16, with assumption of heteroscedasticity as well as homoscedasticity. The result of variance ratio Q test and ZQ test with heteroscedastic increments and their p-value is shown here. And the null hypothesis of the test that return series follow random walk is strongly rejected, as p-value also here is less than 0.05 or less than 5%. Hence, it implies that return series does not possess the martingale property or does not follow random walk model statistically. And so here we can here we can conclude that again the cryptocurrency returns are not following random walk. Since this was also found, then we moved ahead with the unit root test. Now it is assumed that any financial series, if it is following random walk, it will be non-stationary. Thus, the famous unit root test of augmented Dickey-Fuller and Philip-Perron test were employed on the sample cryptocurrencies, and the test result here shows that both ADF and PP reveal that null hypothesis is rejected, again because the p-value is less than 5%. The result clearly indicates that cryptocurrency sample return series has no unit root problem and all series are stationary at level. Going ahead with Bruest-Godfrey serial correlation LM test for sample cryptocurrencies, the null hypothesis of the test here is that residual terms of return series has no serial correlation or is not autocorrelated, and which implies that the series has a weak form of efficiency or follows random walk. Now, the result here reveals that null hypothesis is accepted for 3 cryptocurrency return series, that is Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin, which implies that residual terms has no serial correlation and has no martingale property, which suggests that it does not follow random walk model. But again, we can see that Tether and Ripple here can be seen that they are strongly rejecting the null hypothesis, as their p-value is less than 0.05%, and it can be seen here that Ripple and Tether are found to have some autocorrelation. Then moving ahead with the result of ARMA model, or that is autoregressive moving average model. Now, with the minimum AIC, that is Akaik information criterion, ARMA of 2,2 is the best model for 3 log return series of cryptocurrencies, that is Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Tether, with statistically significant coefficients of delta 1 and delta 2 and phi 1 and phi 2. For remaining 2 log return series of cryptocurrency, that is Ethereum and Ripple, ARMA 1,1 is found as the best model with significant statistical coefficient. Also, we can see that on the other hand, the R square of all the 5 cryptocurrency sample cryptocurrencies, their ARMA models were at mostly extremely low, so that the log returns may largely be due to random stock price movement. So it can be said that though log returns may not follow a pure random walk, but there is some scope of randomness in log return series. So based on this, the implication of the study is that the results of all the tests exhibit here that the statistical evidence is refuting the presence of martingale property in the returns of cryptocurrency market, which basically implies that this implies inefficiency in the cryptocurrency market, which makes it more predictable. Based on this implication, the significance of the result is that this financial asset is found to have absence of random walk in the cryptocurrency, and which makes it more predictable, giving an arbitrage edge to earn abnormal gains using trading strategies, which becomes an euphoria for investors. Thus, concluding with my study, the study here intends to investigate the random walk model or martingale property in the returns of the cryptocurrency market. To attain the objective, the daily prices of 5 cryptocurrencies were collected from January 2016 to December 2019, and the log return series were calculated. To examine the presence of Brownian motion in the return series of the sample cryptocurrency, a series of statistical analysis were performed, such as Jar-Cabrera normality test, Law and McKinley's variance ratio test, augmented Dickey-Fuller, Philip-Perron unit root test, Bruest-Godfrey serial correlation LM test, and the use of ARIMA model. Based on which, we found that all the tests here display statistical evidence of strong rejection of random walk hypothesis in the return of cryptocurrency market. And this absence of random walk in the cryptocurrency market makes this financial asset more predictable, giving an arbitrage edge to earn abnormal gains using trading strategies, which becomes a euphoria for investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Shini.
Yes, sir.
Professors, please. Professor
Yes,
Ahmed, Professor Lim.
yes, thank you, Dr. Sudhir. Yes, your presence better than the paper, I think. So let me review your paper. You use a very old reference, and some of reference you use many times. And I also check in your reference. You miss your reference in your content. For instance, Peter Thomas, you don't put in your content. So maybe you can check your paper and improve it.
Yes,
And I think your paper don't have too much discussion, and you seem like you present the result, but you not successful discuss and analyze the statistic research outcome, and so make it and then you jump to the conclusion so quick. So I think you need to discuss more, so the reader can get more deep analysis. And also the conclusion is more descriptive conclusion, rather than you conclude the research with something useful. So my point of view is you done a good job, and the research can be benefit practically, but in terms of academic paper, you need to improve your paper.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
In simple words, my suggestion is you can bring a lot of flavor in this paper. Actually, it looks like a purely, what is required and what you have submitted. But for the reader point of view, it needs to bring some flavor for the reader to read and to take advantage from this paper. Actually, this is my suggestion mainly.
Yes, sir. I'll make the changes and make it more readable.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Totally endorse Professor Ahmed's view. Your paper needed a lot of copy editing. It needs, in fact, a professional copy editing. I have one question. For whom you have written this paper? Who is the audience of the paper?
So the investors who are investing in cryptocurrency market, and being cryptocurrency is a very new emerging market. It's still in a very nascent stage, and to understand its properties, to understand if it is somewhere in line with the stock market, the traditional stock market.
Okay, my tip to you is understand who is the audience of the paper, for whom you have written, and then write the kind of language that they understand.
Okay.
Currently, this is a mismatch that I found. Then second, you do not have an implication section in your study. Add that. Your paper needs proofreading, professional editing throughout, and results you have not properly discussed. So there are studies on cryptocurrency. It is not that there are not, but how your study is different and why you are recommending, what you got from your results different than the others. It is not discussed for a study like yours. It is a mandatory, okay, because it is not very heavily discussed topic, and you want audience to understand it. So who got what is very important, and how you got different is extremely important. So you cannot just document the result and present them. You need to discuss them in a way that what are the results of the previous studies, what you got, and why there is a difference. That will be the scholarly contribution or a comparison of your own result. Okay, and then make the discussion accordingly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank
Good
you
job.
so much, sir. We'll do the
Good job.
editing
Thank
accordingly.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next participant is Dr. Shalini Sharma, Dr. Shikha Bhardwaj, and the paper is a qualitative study on intergenerational difference in entrepreneurial mindset.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, all of the panelists and my esteemed colleagues, the of the fraternity present over here. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity for presenting my paper in the best paper session. So I'll be presenting over here my paper, which is titled on, it's a qualitative study on intergenerational mindsets of intergenerational differences in entrepreneurial mindset. This paper came out as a result of my one of my studies, one of my papers, which was published in IGRTE, which was based on entrepreneurial mindset for entrepreneurial success, because I had been doing my research work and PhD was on entrepreneurial success. So these are the two parameters, or you can say these are two studies which have led us the authors to move into this direction. So let's begin with this. When I was writing the paper of based on entrepreneurial mindset for entrepreneurial success in discussing the entrepreneurs of different generations, this is when it is struck my mind that I should be working something, doing some research work on intergenerational differences also there, because I found some of the differences in the different generations of entrepreneurs. So this is how this paper came out to be. The keywords which paved the way for the further research are entrepreneurial mindset, generations of entrepreneur, which primarily I had studied Generation Y and Generation X, and of course, entrepreneurial success. Generation Y is also popularly known as the millennial generation. So I have taken two of there are four entrepreneurs which I have covered in my study, out of which two were there in the X generation and two were there in Generation Y. So the variables, now the keywords will further pave the study for finding out the variables through the literature review. So firstly, entrepreneurial generation, which was initially, and which has been given by Strauss and Howe, which is what exactly means the generations, a cohort of different age groups. Then popularly studied by Murphy, Gibson, Ismay, and Warburton and Sherwood, and which is now giving way for Generation X and Generation Y. Then the variables which I could study in the entrepreneurial mindset were risk-taking, recognition, innovation, opportunity recognition, and passion. Entrepreneurial mindset also had led me to study their mindset for success. So there's another variable for study, that is entrepreneurial success, which encapsulated contribution to the study, profit, teamwork, networking, competition, quality in it. It's a qualitative study. All of these authors, these are some of the famous authors, And because entrepreneurial success has been famously given by Roshan Fries and Chandler Hanks, which happened to be my base paper for my research study for my PhD as well, and of course this study as well, along with Shramsi, whose paper I had made as a base paper for this study, who studied in for what exactly is in there for the entrepreneurs, what they do for the entrepreneurs. The research gap which I had, which we, the authors, we could have made possible, although there could be a lot of suggestions after the paper presentation given for the research gap. So which I feel that the research gap fulfilled is actually the studies so far, what I have, we could consider, or we could refer to, were the ones who were emphasizing the differences in entrepreneurial mindset. There is a difference between both of the entrepreneurs' mindset. The similarities, however, I couldn't find because of the paucity of resources also, that the researchers, we are not able to, the access of the better journals that we could go through, that could be one of the drawbacks, because of which I could not find the similarities in entrepreneurial mindset. And again, one more thing which is very much highlighted by the researchers, by the newspapers also, the blogs also, the research papers as well, which we have referred to, it is that generation Y focuses more on profit. It is more profit oriented generation, which is revealed the other way in this study when we did the analysis. And both of the generation, they strive to build a niche for themselves. However, it was said that it is generation X which focuses more on building a niche, and generation Y is more volatile, jumping from one business to other. So this study showed that generation Y also strives to build a niche for themselves. The hypothesis, there were 4 hypotheses laid for this study. First was to identify the factors which were responsible for entrepreneurial mindset for generation X, and the factors responsible for entrepreneurial mindset of generation Y. Then to identify the differences in the entrepreneurial mindset in the generations of generation X and Y, and to identify the similarities in the mindset in the entrepreneurial mindset of the entrepreneurial generation X and Y. Research methodology that we followed it's a qualitative research, which was initially based on literature analysis of the literature review, then focusing on those portions or the literature that we came out with the content analysis based, which served as a base for making the semi-structured questionnaire, interviewing the founders and CEOs of the organization which were chosen, and then finally doing the content analysis, thematic analysis, and then coding the responses, and finally doing it through LTI, Atlas TI software. So there were 4 entrepreneurs of different generations, which were different geographical locations and different generations which were chosen. And these entrepreneurs were the known entrepreneurs, reason being that they could give ample time to the researcher to give their inputs. They were the first generation entrepreneurs. So the data collection was done through when the interviews were conducted, the face-to-face interviews were conducted of the entrepreneurs. Then the data was recorded, it was tabulated, and then finally the case study was built up. And then through the case study, the collating and the tabulating of the data happened. And then we compared it with the literature available, whether what exactly the data has been collected, how much does it match with the literature. After the data was summarized the data was compared, and then we followed by the summarization of the characteristics of the entrepreneurs. Then the coding of coding of the responses of the entrepreneurs were done. Finally, it was checked with Atlas TI software, which gave the following result. This is the final result of the study, wherein there are different factors there are certain factors which are highlighting on the importance for generation X, There are certain factors which are highlighting on certain the factors which are important for generation Y, and there are certain factors which are important both for generation Y and generation X. If we talk about generation X, like if we say profitability, generation X works for profitability, then profit is second for generation Y.
Conclude.
Teamwork is more important for generation X, and whereas competition is something wherein generation Y delves into. The common factors could be idea to change, credibility, niche. Quality is something which both of the generations focus upon, providing quality to the customer, and both of the generations have clear focus in the mind. Something which something with this which this generation X, generation Y works more for, it is taking risk. However, generation Y is more into securing the future. So they are the calculated risk takers. And generation Y always strives for offering something new to the society, solutions to the problem. So they go for opportunity recognition. So the results as discussed in the previous slide as well. So generation X factors for entrepreneurial mindset, which include innovation, contribution to the society, secure future, venturing, then passion for the work. There were two entrepreneurs of generation Y, sorry, generation X, which started their firm after retirement. After retiring from their whole from a secured job, they had passion for doing something of their own, something of difference, which could bring difference to the society also. So that passion led them to venture into their own business. Then recognition is one of the things that they work for, profitability, and of course team is something which generation X focuses more on. And generation Y is itself a risk taker. So team may come back, they focus more on convincing their team rather than listening to the team. They more focus on convincing their team for their thoughts. Then competition is, of course, they do not fear the competition. Profit comes next to them. Serving the society comes primarily to them. Then the financial viability, of course, they focus on the financial viability of the project also. Compared to generation X, they just venture it out. They just start with it. Generation Y showed the reflection of gig economy, where the competition, networking, and sharing was commonly used. So generation X is not more into networking with people. Generation Y focuses more onto making more usage of their networks. And the one of the entrepreneurs who was into faculty aggregation business, there were two entrepreneurs in education only. The business was different. One was in school, was running a school. She was based at Indonesia, and one is based in NCR only. So the difference not the difference, but the similarity between both of the entrepreneurs were that they focus on using their networks. They got their work through networks, and it is a give and take for them in a way when they work for a particular motive. And both generations, they have quality orientations, they have clear vision into it. Credibility is something that they're clear in their, they should because quality is there, of course the credibility, it's there in their mind. With whatever they offer, should they are responsible for that particular thing. And niche, of course, that I have discussed, niche and idea to change. This is something very common in the entrepreneurs. Implications.
Shalini, I'm sorry to interrupt you in between. Can we skip it, or we can directly come to the conclusion part if you want?
This is, yeah.
Because maximum we can have one more minute on the same.
All right. So conclusion is there. So we've got generation X mindset is largely dominated by financial security, which came out as a result of this study, and they are the calculated risk takers. They want to bring change in the existing business. And generation X mindset is built on following passion with team that leads to recognition and profitability. And the Gen Y's focus in the need of the society. They offer something new to the society. They take risks to provide that something newness to the society. They do not focus. They don't really go for taking calculated risk. They are the risk takers. and then the commonality that I have already discussed, that they have they offer quality and to the society, and thereby enhancing their credibility in the society. This is what I have to say. And I just have to add one more factor to it, that it's not only the financial security that the generation X works for, it is something for them as well, that they strive to
Thank you.
continuously work they have.
Thank you, Dr. Salini. Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Lim, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sutir. Yes, my comment is I don't know if I got the right file or not, but I think it's still draft because so many marking and comment in the file. And but I don't want to give comment about the structure and everything, because Dr. Sutil will give you very good feedback in terms of academic writing and structure. And I'm sure there will be more. The paper need to be improved.
Yes,
I just curious about your paper. Is you compare between generation Y and Z, X, right? Why you
yeah.
don't why you don't do research between generation Z and Y or X? Because in Indonesia, because I work in an entrepreneurship center as well, so we focus on develop young generation Z, because most of them we found they're very success in entrepreneurships, and most of startup in Indonesia is owned by Generation Z. Even
Okay.
our president, have an advisor from Generation Z. So I think it's more interesting when you compare two generations that have different characteristic, and Generation Z is literally is success in entrepreneur, to be entrepreneur. So, but I don't know. Maybe you have some reason why you, because this generation is major generation, and so many research about this topic as well. So, do you have any reason why you compare this generation rather than you compare generation Z?
Generation Y and generation, you're talking about comparing generation X and generation Z.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
They could have been, yes, I can easily analyze or easily see that there could be a vast difference between both of the generations and the behavior of both of the generations. One of the factors that we as a researcher which focused on generation X and generation Y, because a lot of studies these days are focusing on generation Z. And if you talk about the internet, the research papers, they're flooded with generation Z. So, and I have to search about differences in generation X and generation Y. There was a time when when generation Y was there in, and the news was flooded in with the differences in generation X and Y. So, just wanted to explore first these two generations, and then move on to the differences between all the three generations. This is my next motive. I'll be working on generation X, Y, and Z.
Okay, thank you. I just worry that because the research should be
Yes,
have.
yes. So suggestion has been taken. In fact, even we as a researcher, we both of the authors had in mind that we will be now next will be to improve this paper. There are a lot of improvements when I went through across this paper again. So a lot of improvements required, and then probably we'll be working more again on generation Z also, because there are more of risk takers as compared to generation Y.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, I have few suggestions. Like
Yes, sir.
the paper, what you have written, what I see it is, you have the information, everything, but the same thing is not put appropriately in the paper. For example, even though if you go to the conclusion, I would say if you just remove the implications, other things, only 2-3 lines left for the conclusion. So I mean, like what you have done, aligning to your objectives, something should be there in the conclusion, which I don't see it. In the similar way, in all I have seen, gone through, in the 6,000 nearly 400 words, what you have mentioned, there is no alignment as per the academic research. What ideas you have put it on the paper. That's what I see. So it needs a little bit more work to put it
Yes, sir.
straight to go to the next step of the paper. This is my suggestion. Drastically, it needs a little bit improvement. Even though you have mentioned implication, just one line, conclusions, 2-3 lines. Even though you have mentioned 6,000 words in the literature and analysis and all those things, but what you have mentioned there, bring it to the conclusion and align to the objectives. This is my main suggestions to
Sure,
you.
sir.
I'll just pass on to Dr. Sudhira now, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Lim. Dr. Lim's suggestion was really good, and you, Shalini ma'am, you need to really find out the logic. You cannot just say that you was wanted to do, so you did.
Yes, sir.
Right? That's not a
Yes.
logic. So please find out a logic that why you're comparing these two
Sure.
generations. And I have suggested something that I found. This topic is very close to my heart. So something I noted and I have given suggestions to you in your chat box. One,
Okay.
I did found that you did not do a justice to the paper. You did not even looked at the most important papers in the field. Surprised, right? Lumpkin's paper on entrepreneurial orientation is very famous. I could not find that. Then look at the most recent papers. Most recent paper, which is coming into the long range planning on effect of corporate entrepreneurial orientation, and that is about the innovations and risk taking that you're talking about in generation. Why? How could you skip papers like this? I don't know. Okay, let me tell you something on structure and style. You should look on a paper by Johnson and Welney on knowledge development. Okay, that paper is about Swedish companies on having case study like you're doing. So either opt for that style or interpret the results of Atlas TI in a good way. I could not find anything that you got from Atlas TI analysis. I did not find that in paper. So either take the description of the case studies, descriptive case studies, or analytical case studies by Atlas TI.
Okay.
Look for either way, but do justice to it.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Something which is very relevant that I found is you have taken for companies,
For entrepreneurs.
right? Yeah, for entrepreneurs. What is common about it is what is distinguished about it that
So
need to be brought
common,
in.
yeah. So common is that they are the first generation entrepreneurs, and
That is not a common thing.
Okay.
That
Okay.
is not. That is. I mean, right, Dr. Ahmed. If I'm saying it correct, I mean.
In terms of.
Very correct.
Yeah, you need to really bring something common between them. It's saying
Okay.
that they're the first generation entrepreneur and so they're common is not something,
Okay. All right.
Yeah, this is very broad. So bring
Thanks.
something and distinguish also that why did you choose
All
them
right.
over others? Because you're selecting them.
Okay. Yes.
You're selecting only 4, so have a good criteria. Yeah, Dr. Ahmed.
No, if you just read some good papers in this area, you will understand it how to move forward with this paper.
I have recommended you 4
Yeah.
papers, 3 to 4.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
sir.
put-
So
I think
sir,
remember-
as I mentioned that there is because of the paucity of the access, because of the limitations of the access to certain
No, ma'am, we are in the
papers,
age
that
of
could have been one of the
information. I live in
reasons.
the
Yeah.
same city you live in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
So it is not that. And Amity University, and you have one professor from IIM Sambalpur. I do not see there are resource constraints.
Yes, now they are
Sorry to
not because
say.
she just joined IIM Sambalpur. Now they're not, sir.
Yeah.
That is the reason that we are planning to do further improvement in the study and
Yeah.
going it.
And for your convenience, I knew
Yes,
that
sir.
maybe if I'll just name the papers, you may find them or may not find them. I have given you the complete reference in the chat box. Did you get
Sir,
those?
I have noted. Yes, sir, I have seen them and I've noted them, sir. Thank you so much.
Copy paste them. These will help you.
Yes, sir.
Without
Sure, sir. I look
without the
forward.
foundation papers, somebody who has given the concept of entrepreneurial orientation and you're not
Yeah.
recognizing them.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay, second thing, entrepreneurial orientation and entrepreneurial mindset are the two different things. So don't interchangeably use them.
Sure, sir.
You're using them interchangeably. Please don't do that.
Sure.
Thank you. My good wishes to you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So I'll stop sharing my screen. I think I stopped sharing my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your critical comments. I would like to remind all participants again that total time allotted for the presentation is 10 minutes, and there will be a warning bell at the end of 8 minutes to conclude the presentation in allotted time. Our next presentation is mediating role of employee engagement, perceived organizational support, perceived supervisor support, and organizational citizenship behavior. Authored by Dr. Arul Senthil Kumar and Ms. Punitha.
Right. So good afternoon, one and all present over here. So it's my pleasure, and I'm really very happy to present the paper at this conference. Engagement, perceived organizational support, perceived supervisor support, and organizational citizenship behavior. I am Dr. Arul Senthil Kumar, so representing Ramaya Institute of Management, Bangalore, and my co-author, Ms. Punitha N., so from Ramaya College of Law, Bangalore. Before I'll go into the papers, I'll provide some small introductions about the crux of the paper. So what is the ultimate objective behind the paper? So all of you know very well about, so ultimate objective of any organization is to improve the business, improve the productivities, increase the profit, and take care of the customers and take care of the societies. But to reach all these things, certainly organization has to focus internally. Of course, the employees. Employees are the asset for the organization. But however, so whether the employees are satisfied properly, whether the employees are engaged properly in the organization, so that is the biggest Herculean and $1 million question. To keeping in mind, as long as the employees are engaged in the organization, certainly the employees will contribute more to the organization. So on account of that, the study is taken. So what are the variables which improves the employee engagement? If employee engagement is increased in the organization, what about the output? So that's what the ultimate objective behind these studies. So I have taken two antecedents. So two variables here as antecedents. One is a perceived organizational support. Another one is a perceived supervisor support as our antecedents. So the employee engagement is playing mediating role, and organizational citizenship behavior playing a outcome variable. The key words which I have taken for this study is social exchange theory, engagement theory, employee engagement, perceived organizational support, perceived supervisor support, and organizational citizenship behavior. So two theories which I have taken predominantly for this study. One is a social exchange theories. What is social exchange theories? When the organization is taking care of the employees very well, certainly employees will reciprocate the same. So which means that organization responsibility is to take care of the employees. As long as employees are taken care of very well, or employees will take care of the organization. The next theory is engagement theory. What is engagement theory? Engagement theory is all about, when the employees are engaged properly, certainly the employees will contribute more to the organization, and employees will produce a lot of productivity and their effectiveness and efficiency, everything towards the organization objective. That's all about engagement theories. And the variables for the study, I have taken four variables. One is perceived organizational support, perceived supervisor support, employee engagement, and organizational citizenship behavior. Perceived organizational support. So what does it mean, perceived organizational support? It's all about, how does organization support to the employees' goals and objectives? Whether the organization is taking care of the employees' goals and objectives, whether the organization is providing good autonomy and empowerment to the organizations, and to provide the good working environment, quality of work life, and etc. to the organizations and employees. It's all about the POS. So which theory is supporting POS? Social exchange theory is supporting perceived organization support. Coming back to the perceived supervisor support, so it is another antecedent. So perceived supervisor support is obtained from organizational support theory. So which means that, so organizational support theory is telling that, so whether the people in the organization are supporting the other people, especially the supervisor. Even all of you know very well about in this world, across the world. So predominantly, most of the people are leaving from the organization on account of the immediate supervisors. So, which means that supervisor is playing the major role in the organizations. So, henceforth, supervisor has to take care of the employees very well. So to keeping in mind, so supervisor is playing a very, very important role in the organization. So organizational support theory is supporting for this particular variable. And moreover, PSS is supporting for job autonomy, resources, good attention, financial support, and improve the effective commitment, turnover, work effect, and quality of the work, and so on. Next is employee engagement. Employee engagement, it's nothing but it's a combination of cognitive and emotional and behavioral aspect of the individual employee, which influencing the employees to the job. So when the employees are engaged properly, so having said that, like a cognitive way, emotional way, behavior way, certainly the employees will produce and give some good positive output, positive attitudes. On account of that, so the good culture will be set. So the colleagues will be happy. The teamwork will be really very good, and eventually, which improves the good relationship between the employer and employees. And the theory is supporting for this. Variable is engagement theories, and of course social exchange theory is also supporting for this. The next one is organizational citizenship behavior, OCB. Normally OCB is considered as an outcome variable of employee engagement. Most of the studies have recommended that. So what is OCB? So what is OCB is all about? So what extent the individual employee is taking extra initiative towards the organization development. That's all about the OC. So the employees are paid, the employees are given a job, but all the employees are taking extra initiative to take proactive step, to take the responsibility towards the organization. It's all about the OCB. So when the employees are engaged, certainly, so the OCB will happen. So the employees will take citizenship behavior towards the organization rather than withdrawal behavior. That's all about the OCB. So some review of literatures which I have quoted here, and of course, social exchange series supporting organizational citizenship behavior. And research gap which I have identified from some studies, and I have quoted only few. And so based on one paper 2007, and the perceived supervisor support promotes OCB based on the study, but however the model has to be validated. So I have taken as a research gap for that. And one study identified that PSS and OCB had some negative relationship, but a lot of studies have identified PSS and OCB has a very good relation was there. But one study, it's there is no relation, so that is the reason I have taken as a research gap. If you take from the employee engagement and OCB, so continuous evaluation is important to improve the OCB from the employee engagement perspective. So that is the reason I have taken when I have identified as a research gap. The next one is a research gap. There is a positive relationship between perceived organization support and expected outcomes like a job satisfaction, mood, commitment, turnover, and withdrawal behavior, but not OCB. So to prove this, I have taken this study. So next, coming to the hypothesis of the studies. So I have taken totally 7 hypotheses. So the H1, perceived organization POA is related to employee engagement. The theory supported social exchange theory. H2, perceived supervisor support is positively related to employee engagement. The theory is social exchange series. And H3, perceived organization support is positively related to organization citizenship behavior. So theory supported social exchange series. And the fourth one, perceived supervisor support is positively related to organizational citizenship behavior, social exchange series. And employee engagement is positively related to organizational citizenship behavior. It's supported by employee engagement theory. And H6 and H7, it's all about whether the employee engagement plays mediation roles between POS and OCB, and PSS and OCB. It's all about the hypothesis of the studies. The objectives, so totally have taken 5 objectives. Understand the employee's perspectives on POS, PSS, and employee engagement and OCB. To measure the impact of POS on OCB and PSS on OCB. to measure the impact of POS on employee engagement and PSS on employee engagement, to measure the mediation effect of employee engagement between POS and OZB, and to measure the mediation between employee engagement between PSS and OCB. So methodology, so I have taken, it's a research design is exploratory study. The population has been taken in private banks in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. The sampling technique is simple random sampling. The sample size is 180. The tools which I have used, PLSM, structure equation modeling. The measurement scales I have taken perceived organizational support. So measurement scales I have taken perceived supervisor support roles and his scale I have taken. Employee engagement I have taken to six scale, so which comprises of job engagement and work engagement. And organizational citizens behavior I have taken Lee and Allen scale, so which comprises of two scales. One is OCB for individual and OCB for organization. Finally, when you take the PLSM structured equation modeling, so you have to go for the two important thing. One is a measurement model, another one is a structural model. So the measurement model, so first I have identified the reliability and validity for all the variables which I have taken for that. So Cronbach alpha, composite reliability, and AVE. For perceived organizational support, so the Cronbach alpha is 0.891, and supervisors support also 0.891, employee engagement 0.919, and citizens behavior 0.934. So, but as per the previous researcher had recommended that in 1978, so the Cronbach alpha score is greater than 0.7, so which is playing so good role for it is acceptable accuracy. Coming to the composite reliability, so the suggested value is greater than 0.7. So by Mr. Hare and his team 2014. So, but my all the composite reliability for all the variables, it's more than 0.7. So it is acceptable accuracy. Coming to the
Sir Arul sir, please
yes.
conclude, sir.
Okay. So this is my measurement model. So based on the measurement model and the structural model, if you take the t values of the structural model, it's all the t values is greater than 2. So which means that conclusion is all the way structural path is supported. And coming to the, this is my bootstrapping and structural mediation analysis of the results. And it's a structural model. All the hypotheses are supported to the study, but except the hypothesis 6. So employee engagement does not show any mediation between POS and OCB. So which means that POS and OCB, that employee engagement is not playing any mediation role. And this is implication and significance of the results. Okay. And the conclusions finally. So the study has proved that employee engagement is playing the mediation role of perceived organization support, supervisor support, and organizational citizens behavior. So which means therefore organization has to focus perceived organization support and supervisor support and employee engagement activities to improve the organizational citizens behavior. And the limitation in future research, this study has focused only one industry like a banking industries. Maybe the further studies can focus some other industry. And this study is only from the only one demographical areas. They can go for a different places and different, so they can go for a large population also they can take in studies. And of course the study is only from the Indian context, not from the global perspective. Maybe further so they can go for a global perspective also. Thank you.
So much, Dr. Alul. Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Lean, your suggestions, please.
Yes, thank you. When I read your paper and then also your title, I'm very interested to read more. But when I read your paper, is you only focus, it's not broad like your title. It's only you focus on the bank, private bank in one city. So they have some mislink between your title and your content. So I think you need to change your title, and you need to restruct and write about to highlight the significance of your paper and why you choose the private bank and how this research can be useful and significant. So you need to consider your reader as well, and you need to attract. Your paper should be attractive for the reader. If you want your paper to be read more, you need to manipulate the content to justify your opinion, sample, and link and significant. So yeah, so I think the paper, I think the idea is okay, but the way you structure should be improved. This
Yes,
on for me.
sure, sir.
Thanks, Professor Lim. Professor Ahmed, please.
Sir has to unmute and speak.
Oh,
Sir has to unmute and speak, I think.
Yeah.
yeah.
So to begin with, from the title itself needs a revision because the wording's not connected to each other. The sentence is not clear. Maybe I see in the PPT carefully, it is correct, but in the paper which is sent to us is not appropriate title.
Yes.
And the thing is, are you the first time publishing the paper?
Yes, sir. I'm focusing in the
No,
big
are
journal.
you? Is this the first paper you are publishing or presenting or something?
Publishing in the in the very good journal. This is the first time. Well reputed journal towards
I
this. Yeah.
No, I can see it very clearly, the first timers paper.
Yes.
You mentioned the headline in the red color, which is not, recommended or not advised. And you mentioned in the bold letters, which is not advised.
Okay.
And I look at it carefully a little bit. You use only two references, 17 and 18, and other references before 5 years.
Okay, sir.
So, what is the new content in the paper? This is my question to you. How do you find the latest gaps in the paper, which you have when you have not referred to the latest research papers in the literature review to find the gaps? So, how can you find it when you have not, considered the most recent paper in the introduction and the review of literature? So, this is my question. So, we might need to a lot of, work in this paper. This is my suggestion.
Sure, sir.
So this is my suggestion. Many things which I see that in the first time papers who writes it, uh, many things are there. So you need to maybe check with a senior professor to take the advice or something like this. There are many things that it needs require improvements in this paper. The topic is good, but still needs a lot of improvement.
Sure.
I'll just pass on to Dr. Sudhir Rana. That's my suggestion.
Ah, thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Ahmed, and I'm discussing this to you before I go to Dr. Arul. Don't you think, I mean, I feel a lot that employee engagement is dramatically changed. Is employment just emotional engagement and a social engagement today?
That's more than that.
That's more than that. And I really somehow like the AACSB idea on what innovation, engagement, and impact it brings. I mean, they have the three columns. I'm sure you're familiar with it,
Yeah.
but yes. So, how innovatively organizations are engaging employees. So something which was done 15 years ago, I don't think is any longer sustaining. Employee
Yes.
engagement is dramatically changed today. If I
For example, I would say that every year our university, college, mission vision changes.
Yeah, true. And this is what my experience is also. So when I look at my engagement, the way we are being included into the decision making processes, the organizations or any routine work that we do, or anything that we choose to do, not to do. I mean, there is a lot of things like employee engagement is being changed. So measuring something which is not of relevance today, Dr. Arul. See, the way you have written the paper, I must congratulate you. You did a good job. So, like you said, that this is your first try for a good journal. That way, the paper, the like the structure and sections of the paper is good. You got an idea that how the paper should be written, but the content that you have taken, or the area that you chosen, it's something need to be redefined. And maybe you can talk about the newness or new wage of employee engagement first, isn't it, Dr. Ahmed?
Yeah, bring it culture,
Bring it,
something new,
yes,
something.
culture, or maybe employee objectives.
Yeah, objectives. Yeah.
Choose.
Yeah. Okay, and something I did not find in your paper is the research methodology. It is not clear at all. Why did you choose random sampling? Why, from where these respondents came? Which industry do they belong to? What level they belong to? And um, why do you think they are the appropriate respondents on employee engagement? Do you really know? How do I know that organization engage them? There are employees who never got engaged from the organization side. They like, they have a very monotonous job from 9 to 5. So how do I make sure that you're choosing the respondents who are actively engaged by the organizations?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Understood, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Understood, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank
input.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable suggestions. Prestige Institute of Management is delighted to have SBI as our major sponsor in this international conference. Now, our next participant is Mr. Kanish Gupta and Dr. Nupur Arora.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are safe and sound. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my research on this topic, which I found quite interesting when I was pursuing my graduation and was able to complete it somehow. And I hope that you would like it. So, without wasting time, I'll move further. So, these are the essential keywords for my research, which are near field communication, which is the main topic, or so performance expectancy, effort expectancy, habit, facilitating conditions, hedonic motivation, which are the part of unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, and utilitarian value, which I have taken as an interaction moderator. So these are all the variables of the study which I have taken in my research, and except for utilitarian value, all the other variables are a part of UT theory. And utilitarian value is an interaction moderator, and I have not taken price value in this because NFC payment app has no kind of price value because they are free to download applications available on internet on Play Store. So, focusing on the research gap, my research gap is primarily based on some important points which are found in some of the international studies found outside India, but not present in current Indian studies which I researched upon. So, basically, if we see NFC-based payment apps became popular in India post demonetization in 2016. Their presence became prominent after demonetization, but in countries like USA and Europe, they was kind of popular for almost a decade. And so that several studies, I would not say maximum, but I would say several studies have already been conducted internationally, which had applied theoretical aspects on it. Many theories like TAM, UT, AUT, and UT, AUT2. So I wanted to apply that in Indian context because in Indian context, I have found mostly exploratory studies. Similarly, utilitarian value is something which is extensively considered internationally, but it is something which was not considered while studying NFC-based payment apps. So I have used it as an interaction moderator. And when I searched for international studies and various kinds of studies, I found that some of the studies had good statistical application because of which they were able to get some insightful results. So I decided to apply CLSM into my study to get the same to get insightful results. Focusing on the hypothesis of the study, in total 14 hypotheses were proposed for the study. But you can see in this table there are two kinds of hypotheses. The hypotheses which are in bold, these are the main effects or the main hypothesis in which there is only the independent and the dependent variables. But the hypotheses which are present in white color, they are the single effects or are the hypotheses which are made after the interaction moderation is applied to the study. So moving on to the objectives, the key objectives of the study is to study the relationship between the key antecedents of UT-AUT2 and behavioral intention towards NHC payment apps, to examine the relationship between behavioral intention and use behavior towards NFC payment apps, and most importantly, to study the moderating influence of utilitarian value on all the factors in the research model. So moving on to the research methodology, the present research is a causal research because it focuses on identifying the relationship between the variables present in the UT-AUT2 theory and intention to adopt NFC-based payment use behavior towards NFC-based payment apps. The target population comprised of mobile payment system, NFC-based mobile payment system users in National Capital Region who were selected based on judgmental sampling, and certain conditions were certain conditions were put on to get more accurate data. That was, they must have a smartphone, they must have at least one enabled NFC payment app in their smartphone, and if a consumer is under 18 years old, they are eligible to participate, but they must use these systems under the guidance of their parents. So the questionnaire was created using Google Forms and it was distributed through social media. And total 450 responses were received, out of which only 304 responses were appropriate for further analysis. And as I've already mentioned, PLS SIM was used for the study. I had used it over covariance based SIM because it has a better explanation of the target construct, and it's it's more accurate as compared to CB based SIM. So as you can see, this is the main model in which the interactions are not present. So here the utilitarian value variable is only here for representational purposes, and its result and the results of the moderation are discussed further. You can see in this picture, facilitating conditions and habit have a negative impact on behavioral intention. Otherwise, all the other variables have a positive interaction, have a positive relationship with behavioral intention. And behavioral intention, although has a weak relationship, but a positive relationship with use behavior. Further moving on to the results, the major population who responded was between the age of 15 to 25, who you can say are the youth, and they used this study because they found it easier to use NFC payment apps as compared to cash and credit cards, and they used it for more than 3 times a month, which means the frequency for them was high. So moving on to some other results, the common method bias, which is a very common problem in statistical analysis, is not present in the study because the value is far less than the indicative value. The value of Cronbach's alpha for all the variables was above 0.7, and similarly, the value of composite reliability for all the variables was above 0.8. As I mentioned in the last slide, that behavioral intention had a weak relationship with use behavior, and it predicted only 5.7% of. But all the key antecedents of UT-AUT2 predicted a good percentage, 47.2% of behavioral intention, which means that there was an intention to adopt, but it was not adopted. And the coming to an important part, the part of interaction moderation. I found out that when I applied that interaction moderation, all the hypotheses, whether they are the single effects or the main effects, they were not supported. So this gave me a clear indication that if you are considering NFC-based payment apps, they do not provide utility to the customers. Most probably they are not user-friendly, and most probably they are not user-friendly. So they don't provide any utility to the consumers. Moving on to the main hypothesis in the main model, that is without the interaction, you can see only 3 hypotheses out of 7 were supported. That was effort expectancy leading to behavioral intention, uh, hedonic motivation leading to behavioral intention, and performance expectancy leading to behavioral intention. So moving on to the significance of the above results and some implications, you can see, since I already mentioned that youth was a major user for NFC-based payment applications, They liked it because they found it productive. It was easy, and they had some kind of excitement and enjoyment using these apps because of the new technology. So I think that if although the response was good from their side, but it can be made better if you can add some more features such as in the interface, like a quirky design, emojis, amalgamation of features such as UPI and wallet integration, which is now present in many wallets. You can see also in today's time, everybody wants to do things fast. So if processing time for transactions can be reduced more significantly, then especially for bigger transactions which involves bigger amount of money, then it can attract more people, and I think it can even attract people who are above the age of 26. Also, since facilitating conditions and habit was negative, you can see it clearly shows that the infrastructure for acceptance of NFC-based payment apps is still not built up, and it needs a great amount of infrastructure to make this more popular among all these categories, and hence people don't have a habit of using it as compared to cash, credit cards, and net banking.
So please conclude it.
Also, okay. So I would like to say that eventually it will not lead to positive word of mouth, and also because these applications lack utility people didn't accept it, and as far as I know, utility is something which is more important than any number of features in any technology. And in the conclusion, I would like to say that since only a small section of people, the youth, got interested in NFC payment app, I would like the organizations to take some certain steps to make other people, such as more elder people, get engaged to it, because it is a fact that people who are above 26 may be businessmen, and they make transactions which are huge in amount, maybe lakhs of rupees in transactions. So I think they can make it quickly through NFC payment apps if necessary infrastructure is present. And another key aspect which I found is that utility should be their main concern. I know the number of features are important, but they should not lose the sight about utilitarian value, which is significant and is highly considered in other countries. So it must also be considered here. Thank you so much. Questions?
Thank you so much, Kanishk.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Lim and Professor Ahmed, please.
Yes. Okay. Well, I have a quick comment. First, I suggest. Wait. I suggest you justify everything that you write in the papers and highlight the reasons and significance of your research beyond other research. Beyond that, you just say that this research haven't done in India, but have done in other country. So it's just I seem like your research impact is low if you justify the reason why you choose the research like
Yes,
that
Professor.
way. And then I want to read more about discussion and your analysis. So please write down more about discussion and your analysis, and please divide discussion and conclusion because it's a bit confusing what you write in this part. Even I cannot find any clear conclusion on your paper. So is that only my suggestion to improve your paper? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Professor.
First point, what you have mentioned, Lane, about the conclusion and have the same questions. And the second one is...
Sorry, sir, I cannot hear you. Sorry, sir.
The first thing is about the conclusion, it's the same issue. The second thing is about how you have cited
I'm so sorry, sir, to disturb you, but I still cannot hear you. Your voice is breaking.
Yeah, maybe you need to unplug your microphone and then put it back. I mean, connect it back.
Unplug it, put it back.
Yes, think better now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
Professor.
yes. We can hear you, Professor. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, well, I removed my headphone, so it's better.
No. I was. It was not to remove it. It was just unplug it and plug it again. So
It's okay.
once now
Nobody's
you'll
in the
plug
room.
it. You'll.
Nobody's in the room, so it's not
I
okay.
put it so that nobody can see my hairs, and people will have a perception that yeah, I got some long hairs.
That is good. Yeah, I have same question what Lem has asked about the conclusion, and the other thing is I was referring here your paper how you have cited the the references in the text. Have you seen that?
I think yes, sir. I know it might be a little wrong because I am new to research and this is my first
I
paper
could
in
see
this.
that this is your first paper, or maybe nobody is mentoring you in the research or something. I see many flaws there in the text. How you have put the cited sources in the text, and you have no doubt gone over 10,000 words, but it's not aligned. Many of the you know I would say the literature and the reference articles, what you have cited in the text also is not as per the whatever way, either you call it APA or Harvard or anything, is something different. You have mentioned five authors there in the text, which is of concern to me. Which style is it? And just need kind of alignment. What you have cited here, it looks like haphazard, like something is there, something is there, something in clusters, something like that. It needs
Okay.
a little bit more work on this paper, though the empirical part is okay with it. This is my
Sure, Professor.
suggestion on this.
Sure, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Lim. Mr. Kanish, is it your? Are you doing a doctorate?
No. So I am pursuing my master's.
Okay. Oh, that's a good job that you did. You're
Yes.
pursuing your master's. Good job.
And I started this paper when I was in my graduation final year.
Wonderful, wonderful. Then I do not have any
Yeah,
comments.
that's what
Please.
I could see that this is the first paper. I mean, like by seeing that, one can understand which
Yes.
level are you on the research. So it's
Good
okay.
job. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I would like to hear some comments from you because I would like to learn
See,
more.
yeah, see, you are already growing. See, my comments are keeping in mind that what job you're doing, whether you're doing justice to that or not. One, you already done a lot. You are a master's student. It's a highly commendable job that you did. That's
Thank
really
you so
good.
much, sir.
Something, if you're planning to do your doctorate, then plan a long-term area. This is what my suggestion to you would be, because reading and replicating the models is something that you should think upon it, what novelty you are bringing. For example, let me tell you, I saw the paper of Dr. Nupur also. She presented in the morning. It was the first paper. So
Yes,
first thing
Professor.
that you could see is one, learning from the supervisor, and then critically thinking that what new you can add. I could see that conceptual model that you presented and Dr. Nupur presented were the same. So conceptually there was nothing different, right?
Yes, sir.
Both of the conceptual models in both the papers are same. So like you could think that what more you can do, what more you would like to do, what would you like to add, would you like to remove. So I mean, start thinking on that direction. This is a suggestion for you.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Yeah,
Thank you for enlightening me.
please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your words of appreciation. Now, next presentation. Our next presentation is by Professor Haritha, and the paper topic is the moderating role of perceived value in the relationships between e-quality, e-satisfaction, and e-purchase intention.
No, ma'am. ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Ma'am, please on your video.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, slides are not visible. Okay, it's visible, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harida, and my colleagues Dira Kerala, faculty at the University of Kerala. My title is the moderating role of pursuing the relationship between e-service quality, e-satisfaction, and purchase intention. Here includes the stage e-service quality, customer e-satisfaction, and repurchase intention and perceived value. The introduction, the major introduction, that is the use of the internet and wide acceptance of e-commerce led to the replacement of physical business set up the website mode. Internet act as an effective channel of distribution for business units, were the cost and elimination of geographical hurdles. Countries have increasingly online shopping in these coming decades.
Harita, ma'am.
There are major reports.
Yeah, madam, sorry to interrupt you in between.
Yes,
I sincerely apologize for the same. Actually, your voice is not audible. It is not coming very proper. I think it is with the others also. Like the panelists might not be able to hear it very properly. So what can we do? We can skip your presentation and we'll go with the other presentation. We'll start your afterwards. Will it be fine? So meanwhile you can reconnect yourself. Meanwhile you can reconnect yourself. Fine.
Okay.
So next presentation will be from Miss Komal Nagar. Dr. Komal Nagar is there. Her title is Customer Satisfaction with Telephone-Based Self-Service Technology, investigating the role of gender of the voice assistant. Fine. So Komal, madam, you can start sharing your screen. I think that is fine with the panelists also. Sudhir sir, Gauhar sir, I think that is fine.
Absolutely fine for me. Gauhar sir can or Lim sir can comment, but I do not have any objection.
Okay for me.
Thank you, sir.
So with the permission, may I start? Okay. So before I start, I just need to confirm if my slide is visible and if my audio is clear. All right then. A very good
well,
afternoon.
loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Very good afternoon and greetings from Jammu. My name is Dr. Komal Nagar and I am from the Business School University of Jammu. So keeping in line with the theme of the conference, I decided to work on this area and I'm going to introduce the area and the variables in just a second. But before I do that, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. So here are a few questions. Has anybody ever withdrawn money from the ATM? Or has anybody done online shopping? Have you ever used a vending machine where you put a coin in the machine and a can of soda pops out? And finally, have you ever made a booking for maybe movie tickets or even a gas cylinder by calling on a mobile number where you call a number and a pre-recorded message asks you, press 1 if you want to continue in Hindi or press 2 if you wanted to talk to an employee and so on and so forth. So now if the answer to any one of these questions is a yes, then you have been a consumer of what is known as self-service technology or SST as it is popularly known, which basically refers to an interface which basically enables consumers to not only produce but also consume services using technology without the requirement of direct assistance from the service personnel. Now, these SSTs have become very, very popular, mainly for two reasons. One, it is great for the firms because it saves on the time and energy. It makes it more cost effective. They have less employees to engage. And from the consumer's point of view, these SSTs are so great because they bring in efficiency, they bring in convenience, and therefore the consumers also really like it. But With the emergence of the SSTs also have come certain problems associated with them. And one of them that I'm addressing today is the complexity which is associated with these. Now, some of these self-service technologies are high in complexity. Let's go back to the example that I gave in the beginning, which was that if you were to do online shopping, you will have to have some knowledge of using the internet. With some consumers, this becomes technically a little more difficult, and therefore they think that these SSTs are high in complexity. Whereas consider another example where you only have to put a coin in the vending machine and the can of soda pops out. That would be less complex. Not too much technical know-how is required. So the level of complexity of these SSTs also differ. Based on this, if the consumers are to use the different types of SSTs with different levels of complexity, the consumer response is likely to differ, which could be in terms of their satisfaction with the SST, or it could be their intention to continue using the SST. And so that's what I'm addressing. Consequent to that, the service delivery, whether it is through the traditional method where the human employees are involved, or it is through the SSTs where technology is involved, they are both susceptible to failure. Service failure is susceptible. Now, whether this failure, failure in the context of SSTs is a little difficult to handle. Why? Because the employees are not involved. So in the absence of this human interaction with the employees, what do the consumers do if the service fails, if the SST fails? What they try to do is that they try to attribute certain human characteristics to the machine itself. So they say that the machine has a human characteristic, such as it has a gender. It could be a male or a female. So that's what I'm investigating. Specifically in my study, in the present study, I'm taking those telephone-based SSTs where you're calling a phone number and a pre-recorded voice is telling you to press 1 and press 2. Now, that voice could either be a male voice or it could be a female voice. So that's what I am trying to understand, whether the voice assistant is a male or a female. Let's give an example. The Siri and the Alexa, they are both SSTs, they're self-service technologies. Now, they are both females. But my question is, what if the service failure occurs? And will there be any difference if the voice assistant has a male voice or has a female voice? So that's what I'm investigating. With this brief background about the variables that I'm studying, I'm going to talk about literature. So this study I started writing this about 6 to 7 months back. And ever since I wrote this paper, I've also added new references. So the first variable, which is the SST, a lot of work has been done by Muter and the colleagues, where they started classifying SSTs based on on-site and off-site. Very quickly, on-site would be, so you go to the airport and you check in. There is a system of self-check-in that will be on the site, because the SST, the technology is there and you have to operate it there and then. But then, of course, there are off-site. For example, if you're booking through the telephone, you're not there, you're doing it off-site. So more recently, Pillai and colleagues in 2020 also talked about telephone-based voice response, and they said that people are generally very satisfied with the the technology. Coming to the next variable, SST complexity. Well, I'm talking about both recent papers and the seminal work that has been done. So one of that is done by Davis and colleagues, where they talk about the technology acceptance model. And I'm taking one of the dimensions from the model, which is that the level of complexity. And they found out that the easier it is to use technology, the more is the acceptance by the consumers. And this has also been acknowledged by Curran and Lin and Hish in 2003 and 6. So there have been studies which says that the easier the technology is to work with, the more is the acceptance of such a technology. Moving on to my third variable, which is service failure. More recently, Chen and their colleagues, they discussed that compared to service technology failure and employee failure, they made a comparison. Basically, there was a comparison where they compared these two technologies, and they specifically conducted 4 experiments to examine the effect of service failure. So they took 2 types of failures: service failure, which occurs with SST, and the one that occurs with the employees. And they found that the consumers had more negative response towards SST failure, which is no surprise because we tend to forgive human beings for to err is human, right? And finally, the fourth variable, and I'm giving only a brief of the literature, the virtual voice assistant and gender. Reese 2020 is the most recent research paper that I could find in this area, and they found that virtual assistants resemble human beings in many ways, such as they have a name, they have a gender, and a typical example is Alexa and Siri. And likewise, Payne and in 2013 also argued that consumers believe machines act and they have human-like characteristics, and they can be male or female. However, I'd also like to point out that in any of these researches, they never really tried to find out what was the effect of service failure on consumer response towards SSTs. So that's the research gap that I'm focusing on. The first one being that on-site SSTs have been studied widely. And so they have been using in the banking, they have used it in the airports, they have used it. A lot of studies are based on that. However, the off-site SSTs, the one that I'm using in today's paper, which is telephone-based SSTs, this area has been completely neglected. Secondly, there hasn't been any research on gender of the SSTs. There has been very little research on gendering of machines, but specifically in SSTs, no research has been done. And finally, the complexity of SST, whether it is high or low, and what effect it has on consumer response, that has not been studied in previous research. So considering that that's the research gap I have taken
in 2 minutes.
Okay. So I have two objectives and two hypotheses. Very quickly, I'll just, the hypothesis is that I'll talk about the objective. I want to understand if the gender of the interactive voice assistant has any effect on the consumer evaluation, and if this depends upon the level of complexity of the SST. And the second objective is to examine if when encountered with the service failure with respect to SST, does it have any effect on consumer response, depending upon whether the voice assistant was a female voice or a male voice. So I conducted two related but independent experiments. In study one, the independent variables were failure recovery and complexity. And in the second study, the two independent variables were the service failure recovery and the gender of the voice assistant. The dependent variables in both the studies were the same: customer satisfaction and intention to continue using the SST. A snapshot of the two studies. The first, of course, is this. The second is this. So how did I manipulate the level of complexity? There were two levels, easy and difficult. So in the first, which was easy, only 5 instructions were given, and they were simple: press 1 or 2 or 3 or numbers. Whereas in the level of difficulty becoming high, the number of instructions were also more. There were about 8 of them. And also the respondents were required to use alphanumeric, so a combination of digits and the special characters, making it a little more difficult. How was service failure recovery manipulated? In the first scenario where recovery actually occurred, after dialing the number, they could hear the pre-recorded voice assistant, either male or female, saying that an error has occurred. If you want to complete the booking, please go back to the previous stage and then continue. When they follow those instructions, the issue was resolved. In the second condition where recovery did not occur, the message was that the error has occurred and please you may try later on. So the recovery did not happen in the second scenario. That was how it was.
Conclude in a minute.
Okay. So to analyze, I used MANOVA. Of course, manipulation checks were done. Both were successful. Multivariate analysis of variance was used. The main effects and the interaction effect was significant. In study 2, also the main and the interaction effects were significant. However, mean comparisons showed that in case of no recovery conditions, the results in terms of satisfaction and intention were not significant, and presumably so. Very quickly, I'd conclude that the results provide support for the notion that the effect of service failure recovery in terms of SST is confounded by the gender of the voice assistant, such that consumers responded more positively when the machine was male voice, whereas less satisfied when it was female voice assistant. Now, why is that? An explanation to this can be found in literature, wherein certain social norms are attached with gender roles, such that generally men are characterized by being more aggressive, competitive, and task-oriented, whereas women are considered to be more passive and less competent to rectify mistakes. That's why if an error has occurred and there is a female voice assistant who is guiding you, the chances are that you're going to be dissatisfied, you saying that females are not competent, whereas males are. Results also indicate that in no recovery condition, there were no significant differences. I'll quickly go through this. A significant implication can be derived from the present study's finding that consumers' attitude and intention to continue using these influenced by the level of complexity. And as it is logically speaking, the less complex it is, the more satisfied consumers are going to be. What are the implications? Theoretically, I have tried to study those areas which were less researched or not researched at all. So I have taken up the off-site SSTs, which I think is a major contribution because no such study has been done, which is taken off-site SSTs. Secondly, of course, self-service technology, the complexity level has also not been studied so far. Managerially, I think one of the implications is that since future belongs to machines, it can prove to be very advantageous for engineers to design machines for the future, having human-like characteristics, such that female voice assistants can be more effective for elderly care or child care, whereas stereotypically masculine traits can be more successful in male tasks such as problem solving. So finally, findings suggest the service recovery is made more effective if it comes from a source which is perceived to be more competent in problem solving, which is males, and to ensure the service delivery is effective and the technology is viewed more favorably, service providers should use male voice instead of using a female voice. I also intend to do a follow-up study where I'm trying to find out whether the type of SST makes any difference on-site and off-site. And of course, I'll continue using the male voice and the female voice. And to that end, I thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Komal. Dr. Lim and Dr. Gaur, please.
Thank you. Thank you. You have done a good job. But I think I want you to consider one part of your research that need to be improved is your discussion part. You need to write the result, then compare with the literature and findings that have done with other authors and maybe other researchers. Then you can analyze it. You can elaborate it with your personal opinion. So it can be a deep discussion and foundation for your solution. I still see in your discussion part is more not much analysis based on the comparison to other literature and findings. So maybe you can improve this part. And I guess suggestion that you need to consider the current issue and condition as technology can be changed rapidly, and also the customer and the people use the technology. So you need to take this as your consideration when you want to do the further development of your research topic. And yes, I need to remind you that the impact of your research, the impact of the research is very important to evaluate the quality of your paper. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, just my observation. This study has been done in one university or at one area, because you have taken 120 samples. I could see it here in the Northern University in India.
Yes, sir.
So
that's one university, sir.
So, I mean, like, why can't you compare with the other universities or, extend your surveys? Because 120 surveys from one university is very micro level study, what I believe. It should be, at least, different universities, comparison, at least something with one university. I mean, like, it's just like a very narrow kind of study. If you want to, justify yourself to send it to some journal, it will be very difficult in this situation. This is what is my suggestion. Even though how good you write it or something, but with only 120 surveys from one university in one part, so it's a challenging issue. I mean, like, you need to expand this kind of study, a little more surveys from different universities, at least from the northern region, something like this. few universities from the north and something like this. In India is so big, 1.38 billion, doesn't matter. But just at least one part, eastern part or northern part or something, something has to be there. Just covering only one study doesn't show much, impressive results to the audience. What the audience are interested in basically is that how they can get benefit out of this paper. But from the only one paper from one place, one university, so it's a very narrow kind of a study. Maybe you can enlarge the study and then think seriously of sending out to the journal or something. I'll
Sure.
pass on to Dr. Sudhir.
May I before Professor Rana gives his suggestions, may I say why I used the sample size that I used? Basically, sir, I conducted 2 experiments, and in that sense, I used 120 participants in one experiment and 120 in other. And also, sir, I also read the papers to learn how experimental designs are operationalized. And I found that the minimum sample in one cell should be at least 30 or just a little more than 30. In that sense, I had 4 cells and I took a sample of 120. So that's my justification for using a smaller sample size, reason being that it was an experiment, but I take your suggestion to widen the scope. Also, the university also has students coming in from the other regions in north of India. And so I thought that the sample would be representative, but your suggestion is very valuable. I would try to extend and expand the pool of samples, sir. But I thought that I'll give you an explanation as to why I used the smaller sample size that I used.
Yeah, but this could have been put in the abstract, but I don't see the abstract in your paper also. This is my question. If these things you could have put in the abstract, I would have not have much questions there itself.
Okay, sir.
There is no abstract in your paper.
Okay, I apologize. Now the abstract I did send, but probably the linking of the abstract in the full paper was not done. But I have an abstract because on the basis of the selection of the abstract, the full paper I sent. So I definitely have the abstract. So probably some miscommunication maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your suggestion, sir. Professor Rana.
Hi, ma'am. Dr.
Hello, sir.
Komal, good to see your study. Something I would say as a question to you, okay?
Sir.
And
Sir.
I'll say this to you because when you send your study for publication and the kind of words that you're using can go against you.
Okay, sir.
Okay? No area is completely unexplored. And making the heavy statement that this is going to be the first study or probably one of the study in this area would be a wrong challenge to the experts.
Right, sir.
Right? So please be careful for your words and don't claim, even though if it is, still don't claim. We all build knowledge together. Okay? So people
I
may
understand.
feel bad about it. So please don't put this anywhere in the
Sure.
study.
Sure.
Second, you are answering a lot of questions, but I could not find them selling into the introduction. You should. You say that you're answering to the important questions of gender stereotypes as one, and something like why how it is like people perceives automated services or self services as wastage of time. Second, there are no emotions and human connects. Third, so you are trying to experiment and answering those, and these becomes the important points to sell your study, that you are answering the calls that occurred or took place on gender stereotypes to automated services to non-human touch and the wastage of time. People do not want to talk to computers, trust me. And as a marketeer, I understand that, right? So please put that okay, this is how this has been perceived, and that will become the sellable point for your study, that you are answering to certain calls. Something that I find is a big paragraph on limitations. Please don't do that, right? Okay, you're trying to answer something which is unanswered. limitations would be there. This area is building up. So provide that as a scope for research. Okay.
Right.
Right. And yes, my suggestion now, drawback of the study. These are the suggestions to improve this of the improvement of the study. The drawback of the study is I could not find the experiment details.
Okay.
Yeah. You have mentioned that you did an experiment with a laboratory experiment, but I did not find the laboratory details. I did not find the time details. I did not find in which how many phases experiment was executed. I did not find how experiment was generalized.
Okay.
This is important for your study because that is the method of your study. So experiment details has to come there.
Absolutely.
Okay, so something as a drawback of the study that I found was the experiment details. Experiment details are not properly given, and other suggestion that you should put to improve the study. So add the experiment details and maybe some these suggestions. You'll have a fabulous study with you. Good job.
Thank you so much. Really, really, thank you so much. That really would help me improve. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't mind sending you a few paper on experiment because experiment is not very widely disclosed. That I know it is very
Yes, sir.
tough to put those into a
Yes,
piece
sir.
of paper, and I know. So no worries. You
Thank
may
you so
ask
much.
me later and can do that.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you so much. That would be great help. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. We have again Professor Harita with us. Professor Harita?
Hello.
Ma'am, your voice is still breaking.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
it horrible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My topic is the moderating role of perceived value in the relationship between e-service quality, e-satisfaction, and purchase intention.
Harita, ma'am?
Hello?
Ma'am, slides are not visible, ma'am. I think ma'am got disconnected. We have next presenter with us. Dr. Mohammad Shoaib Siddiqui.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
All right. Harita ma'am is there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm present here. Dr. Mohammad Shoaib.
Yeah, Dr. Shoaib, just a minute. You'll wait. By the time, let's check whether the madam is able to, present or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Harita, you are still not, your voice is not audible. Your presentation, we are not able to see.
Yes.
Yeah, you have just.
Hello.
Yeah, madam. We can just, we can now see your screen. Let's wait. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Is it visible, sir?
Is this
Okay,
visible
sir.
to panelist also?
Yes, yes.
Sure, sir, sure. We can continue with the same. Madam, you can continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. The major keywords includes e-service quality, customer satisfaction, e-purchase intention, and perceived value. The major the extensive use of internet and wide acceptance of e-commerce led the replacement of physical business setup to the website mode. Internet as an effectively channel of distribution of business unit, where it provides for the reduce the cost and the elimination of geographical hurdles. Consumers have increased their reliability. The major report, marketer report, that in this period, current period, predict the electronic retail transaction global level is double the traditional retail transaction. In this time, online shopping provides a numerous benefits to the consumers in the form of cost, time, wide selection of goods and services, and the completion of the transaction enabled to get the complete information of the product and compare the price. Website design is the major critical importance for achieving the selection of users. The major literature part of this topic, that means first one is service quality. The basic focus of the product offered, the service to be provided. And another one is the service quality is the e-commerce environment should be clearly understood to the know about the expectation of consumers in the transaction of web-based nature. Then another one is the order management effectiveness hold the considerable weight in the assessment of the commercial service, whether conventional or online. Another variable is the customer satisfaction. When 2011, customers always make some expectation regarding the product or service that is available before them they purchase, before making the actual purchase. And the year 2019, the extent of happiness felt the consumers if the purchase is already made by them and their after experience of the purchase far beyond what they expect. Then another author told that is a customer satisfaction is an important role and highly involved the service production will increase the service quality, productivity, and enable the companies to be in the competitive position in the market. Another variable is the customer repurchase intention. Is the subjective probability that customers will continue to purchase product from the same online seller. The another author suggests that the process by which new customers are attracted to their business and starting new transaction with them is highly expensive than the process retained for the existing and old customer of the houses. Next, another variable is the customer's perceived value. Kotler 2016 perceived value of the customers relate difference between the benefits and cost incurred made by the customer. Another study is that perceived values of the customers based on the fairness theory is about the portion of the outcome or input of customers towards offering made by the firm. Then next one is the major objective and hypothesis of the study. The major objective in this study explore the relationship between e-service quality, customer satisfaction, and purchase intention. And another also this mainly focus the moderating influence the perceived value of customers on the relationship between customer satisfaction and purchase intention. Then hypothesis. First hypothesis one. First, that means e-service quality significantly influence customer satisfaction. Another hypothesis, customer satisfaction significantly affect the customer purchase intention. Next hypothesis is the e-service quality significantly impact customer repurchase intention. Next one is customer perceived value has significantly moderating influence the effect of the customer satisfaction and the purchase. This is the conceptual framework of the study. That means e-service quality leads to customer satisfaction and customer repurchase intention. In this perceived values, moderating influence the customer satisfaction and customers repurchase intention. The methodology. In this methodology part, the total sample individual selected 508 for individual online shopping profile. In this data analysis used the SPSS and AMO software. In the studies, use self-administrated questionnaire for their respondent. That means 7-point Likert scale. That means strongly disagree to strongly disagree. In the questionnaires divided into different parts. First one is demographic characteristics, service quality, service satisfaction, purchase intention, and perceived value. The analysis procedure and methods. First one, descriptive statistics. That is to summarize the characteristic of respondent and the better understand for each and every variable. Next one is CFA, confirmatory factor analysis, is used to test the reliability and validity of the study. Next one is structural equation model, that is sum to verify the goodness of fit of research framework and to describe the relationship among the construct of the variable. Next one is Fisher's Z transformation and ANOVA analysis. That means to test the moderating effect of different customers' perceived value on the relationship between customer satisfaction and the purchase intention. The result and discussion part. First one is factor analysis and reliability statistics. In factor analysis, this is a test for internal consistency that is used with the Cronbach alpha, that this coefficient were generated. In Cronbach alpha reliability instrument, data collected check and to ensure the parameter is 0.70 is threshold value. The results show that all the variable of the Cronbach alpha is higher than the 0.07. The factor analysis mainly suggests the XII number of factors to be included in the customer satisfaction and the purchase intention. All the factors to be excluded. Next one is validity of the study. First one content or face validity is the sufficient coverage of the subject is being studied. The questionnaire is to be done. Questionnaire was done for the concerned area. Next word is conversion validity. In conversion validity, first load average variance extracted is the most commonly adopted measure of conversion validity. In this, all the study consider AVE value 0.5, which satisfy the consider, that means higher 2013. In this study, the higher AVE, highest AVE average extracted value is the customer satisfaction, and the lowest AVE is the perceived value. This is the discriminant validity. This is discriminant validity is the square root of AV for each construct higher than the correlation of between the other construct. This is a e-service quality items and consumers perceived value, customer purchase satisfaction, and purchase intention. This study were to identify the relationship between e-service quality, customer satisfaction, purchase intention, and perceived value based on the sum and future Z transformation test. And in these studies, to understand the online market environment, help to understand the indicators for customers' value, satisfaction, purchase intention. This is the result of the direct relationship between the e-service purchasing and the e-service quality of the customer satisfaction also. This is the beta value. Beta value is 0.38, 0.41.
Harita ma'am, in 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. In 2 minutes.
Perceived value. Okay, ma'am. Perceived value and purchase intent is 0.164. In e-service and in customer satisfaction 0.568. All the values are significantly influenced. B is the beta value and S is the standard error. This is the total effect, indirect effect, and indirect effect, service quality and purchase intention, total effect and direct effect, and the significant value. The variables is the service quality, satisfaction, perceived value. This is the model fit of the variable, GFI, goodness of fit, RNCA, CFI, and TFI, all these factors, so that is single factor, 3-factor, and measurement of factor significantly indices for the variable of these studies. This is the analysis of Fisher Z transformation. This is the purchase intention, and the perceived value are divided into two: high customer perceived value and low customer perceived value, and the significant level. If the significant level, that means the value is the more than 1.96 is the value is the significant level. In this respondent high perceived value, in total 508 respondent, high customer perceived value is 257, and the low customer value is the value of the respondent is 251. This is the ANOVA analysis of the perceived value of the motivation analysis. This is the low satisfaction and high satisfaction, and the low satisfaction of the low perceived value and the high satisfaction of the low perceived value. This is the value significant level, that is 0.001, and the purchase intention value is the A21 0.414. The major implication and significance of the result in these studies mainly focus the customer service quality, customer satisfaction. This is the implication manager need to ensure their employees given the task with the customers interaction have access the reliable detail about these customers and take react subsequently effectively and precisely technology oriented relationship. The efficient application of the knowledge service and market dynamics, various media and online service collected the customer review and among the basis of aggregate customer knowledge. The conclusion, the major conclusion is confirmed that customer satisfaction had a direct and a positive relationship between the customer's purchase intention. And this studies the relationship moderation effect the customer perceived value on the relationship between customer satisfaction and purchase intention. The low satisfied customer who have highly perceived value have the customer purchase intention than high satisfied customer who have low perceived value. This is the topic. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haritha.
Okay, thank you, sir.
May I humbly request my colleagues to put their questions and suggestions?
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir. I think this paper is good. Writing, the author have write a good paper. Maybe the improvement I suggest is we're talking about the suggestion or the conclusion is you say the factor have a positive impact, but how big is the impact? How big is the impact to the the impact of the factor? And maybe you can improve the research by highlight also how big or how significant the impact. Yeah, and yeah, I think I don't have any other comments. That paper is okay. Thank you. So I pass to Dr. Sudhir and Dr. Go.
Dr. Ahmad, please.
Yes. Paper is well written. You have taken 508 surveys. When have you taken this survey? And just want to know more about how you could able to get these surveys, when you have taken this survey, and out of this 400 and something 14, you only got 8 surveys could not able to include, but 408 surveys you could able to include. So from this vast 514 or something, only 8 you could not include. So accuracy, you have it. I'm just curious about it. Can you just highlight on that a little bit?
Okay.
And you were, if you could see, I was just looking at your paper. I don't see, until the end, any recent papers you have cited. I could see in your PPTs, but in the paper I couldn't see from the starting to ending. I'm just going through it. It's all old references, so I'm just a little bit concerned. And the accuracy is so high, and literature, maybe 1 or 2 I could say 2019 literature, but most of them are too old literature. And then how come you get this so much high accuracy? How you have taken this survey? And what is the secret that you got this so much of surveys? You can approve it or validate. This is my question to you.
Actually, sir, this is the online, whoever the online shopping, that is the major, that individual we have taken, who are the online shopping experience.
So what duration you had this to get this data? In which duration you got these 508 surveys? It's too big number.
508.
Yeah.
508. First of all, I selected 570 something. Then after the final selection, some removal, some rejection, some incomplete questionnaire, everything. Final, I got the 508 samples.
Okay. How much duration it took it for you to get these surveys? How much time it took it to
Around,
get
6 months duration, sir.
Okay, but I didn't see any recent literature you have included in the paper. Just 1 or 2. The rest of them are 2005, 10, so backward, most of them citations. There are a lot of literature has been done in the recent years on these topics. So I don't see much of those recent literature you have covered. Maybe specialist doctor could explain.
Okay,
Vijayram
sir.
could
Mostly
explain
in,
better. Yeah.
okay, sir. Mainly two papers is there, 2019 and 20, Kaya 2019 and Hussain 2020 papers is there.
Yeah, I see that only one or two
The
papers,
main,
but not much
two
recent.
papers,
Most of
mainly
the papers,
2002.
yeah.
This is a 2020 research gap is there. That is why I put that also.
Okay.
Harita, Dr.
Yes,
Harita,
sir.
let me tell you that if you look at the two journals, one is International Journal of Research, IJRDM. This is retail and distribution management, and the second one is consumer of International Journal of Consumer and Retailing Services. I read papers related to this topic in both of the journals. In fact, I reviewed them and they got accepted. That is the reason how do I know them. And let me tell you something, the problems that I found in your paper. The problem is the way you are narrating the things. This is now it is to be done in the literature review. You are saying that so and so study conducted on so and so sample, and you're just documenting them. Inferences are not there. You need to make a good story around them. I'm not interested in reading what was the sample size or where the study was conducted. I am interested in reading that what the study contributed and how are you evaluating that study. So throughout your literature review, the statements are like study was conducted in Spain, study was conducted in India, or study was conducted on 200 sample size, or study was conducted on 500 sample size. What will I get out of it as a reader? Okay, so evaluate the literature. Just do not just put them for the sake of putting it. Okay, so do a thorough job on revising that. One. Second, I have a very simple question for you. What is your sampling technique?
Randomly selected, sir.
And how the randomization is done?
This mainly is purposive based.
You are the best one to answer that. And you yourself, when you'll say that it's purposive, it's random, you need to be clear, and please spell that out in the literature, sorry, in the RM section. Something that more I found is on a conceptual side. And let me ask you another, Professor, can I ask one more question? I mean, this is a question, not just a suggestion. Perceptions are given or taken? Hmm? Perceptions are given or taken?
Perception. Hello, sir.
Yeah, perceptions. You are saying perceived value should come after e-service quality, and you're moderating it. Okay,
Moderation.
right? For me, before I get the service, I'm a first time user. Even before I use the e-service, I have a perception. This is what I'm saying. So the best way would be that if I ask you one major finding of the research, one major, what would be that?
The major moderation influence of the
One major. Not into the statistical term.
Okay.
Tell me in a language, if considering me, I don't know marketing at all. Tell me in that language.
In the e-service, qualities directly affect the customer satisfaction and repurchase intention. Is the linkage between.
That's obvious.
Relationship between
Quality would lead to satisfaction and repurchase. Do you think people do not know about it?
But this quality is again classified into website design, assurance, fulfillment, and order management.
That is already existing in the literature. This is already existing in the literature.
No, sir. Different variable based.
No, you have taken the standardized scales. I could see that.
Standardization based on the previous literature. I taken the standardized scales and adapted and modified.
It means they are already existing.
Yes, sir. Adapted and modified.
Something that you should highlight in the study is what contribution you are giving. Highlight that from title and make those the argument in the paper. The paper is very simply written in a very bad language. Don't mind me saying it. The language formation, sentences formation, the formation of the argument is throughout not good. You need to first, know that what exactly you need to say, and then take support of a copy editor.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so first you should know what to include, what not to include. Like in the literature review, don't include the sample size or the name of the countries.
Okay, sir.
What study is speaking about, evaluate that. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. And concepts that you are talking about are good, by the way. The only thing that you need to know is how to put them together.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable comments. We have next presenter, Dr. Mohammad Shoaib Siddiqui, Dr. Uruj Ahmed Siddiqui, Professor A.K. Saxena, and Jaziba Harun, paper entitled Creating Electronic Word of Mouth Credibility Through Social Networking Sites and Determining Its Impact on Brand Image and Online Purchase Intention in India.
May I request Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Leem to continue? I'll just take a 1 minute break. I have read the paper and I'll join you. I'm taking 1 minute break.
Okay.
Sure.
Dr. Mohammed, sir?
Yes. Yes,
sir,
ma'am.
please, on your video.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now, ma'am, slide is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all distinguished panel members, the organizers, and also the fellow colleagues from various institutes across India. It is my immense pleasure to be a part of 12th International Conference on Digitalization as Vehicle for Innovation, Organizational Growth and Effectiveness. Now beginning this presentation with the name of Almighty Creator, I'm Dr. Mohammad Shoaib Siddiqui from Integral University, Lucknow, with my co-author, Dr. Uruz Siddiqui. Today, my topic that I have chosen to write an article is creating electronic word of mouth credibility through social networking sites and determining its impact on brand image and not having more time to interact with each other. So they are examining or transferring information via word of mouth by utilizing social networks through the internet. So
sir, your voice is Shoaib, sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
Latest platform through which messages are shared among individuals or groups of consumers.
Shoaib, sir, your voice is breaking, sir. I would like to know from panel members.
Yeah, it's breaking. The voice is breaking for sure.
Okay.
Could not hear it.
Okay.
Shoaib, sir.
Okay, now audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you're audible now. So your voice is still breaking.
Now audible?
Now
yes, wait,
audible,
ma'am, please,
sir.
1 minute.
Sure, sir.
Now it is audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, as we know that presently in unique environment, people are not having more time to interact with each other. So they are examining or transferring information via word of mouth by utilizing social network through the internet. So SNSs are the latest platform through which messages are shared among individuals or groups of consumers and create a brand image and purchase intention. So my keywords that I have identified: EWOM credibility, brand image, purchase intention, social networking sites, social media marketing, and word of mouth marketing. Now, variables of the studies are high involvement, trust, recommendation, EWOM, and brand image and purchase intention. And the research gap which is fulfilled by the studies, it is a recent survey conducted in September to December 2020 for a sample of 256 respondents in 4 cities of Uttar Pradesh, India. In line with global trends, the Indian consumer is increasingly devouring the content on digital platforms, but there is no research in these particular areas, and also a very few studies on EWOM credibility on SNSs and their impact on creating a brand image and purchase intention in India. Now, the objectives of the studies to determine the impact of EWOM credibility on SNSs, to determine the factors affecting EWOM credibility, to determine the impact of EWOM credibility on brand image, to determine the impact of brand image on purchase intention. Now, the hypotheses of the study are H1, H2, H3, H4. That's our high involvement, trust, recommendation, message content has a positive and significant effect on EWOM credibility among customers. And H5, that is EWOM credibility of the customers has a positive and significant effect on brand image. And H6 is brand image has a positive and significant effect on purchase intention. Now the conceptual structure of the study is this one, and the proposed model of the study is this one. Now the research methodology. Now the required data to test hypothesis and assessment of the expected connections between the research key constructs, that is EWOM credibility and its impact, brand image and purchase intention, were collected both offline and online modes. For this study, a quantitative exploration technique is utilized to get customers bits of knowledge. So as to gather pertinent information, a self-regulated questionnaire was utilized containing 25 multiple choice questions graded on 5-point Likert scale, with the options ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And question having place demographics, EWOM credibility on SNSs, brand awareness, brand image, and consumer purchase intention respectively. The first section of the questionnaire was dedicated to demographic information of the respondents. And then after, the next section was related to the credibility on SNSs, brand image, purchase intention, and EWOM credibility of SNS's impact on the online purchase intention. Structural equation modeling was applied to assess the proposed model. A two-step approach was employed. First, CFA was done to measure and ascertain the structure of the constructs, and then structural analysis was done to determine the relationship among the constructs. SPSS MOS was employed for SEM. Now, for the result of the study, I would like to handing over to the Dr. Uru sir.
Hello.
Sir, your Shoaib sir? Sir, your voice is not audible.
I cannot hear anything.
I think he got disconnected. Is there? Shoaib sir, your voice is not audible.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Now it is audible. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, next part will be continued by the Urus sir. Dr. Urus sir, please continue.
Hello.
Good the organizers and participants. So am I audible? Am I clearly audible over there?
No, sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Urut, sir, you.
The organizers can please confirm. Am I audible?
Urut, sir, you are not
Shall
audible.
I continue?
Yes, sir, continue.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, the analysis of the data was done in two parts. First, we just analyzed
Sir, your voice is not. And sir, we have 2 minutes to conclude, sir. Mohammed, sir, can you please continue with the presentation, sir? As his voice is not audible. Hello?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, please conclude the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Please wait. I'm concluding. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Urus sir, is this audible or not?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay.
Urut, sir. Mohammed, sir. Sir, please conclude the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Just I'm concluding the presentation. Now you can see the result of the study because the more part of the done by my colleague, Dr. Urus sir, and I have found that these results. Now from the study, I have found that companies may identify the antecedents and their relative importance to create evolved credibility. The result of this study would help companies to create a positive image of their brands in the mind of consumers to enhance their purchase intentions through EVOM, through SNSs. And the study emphasizes that marketers, to a successful campaign through SNSs, they must focus on these four characteristics because these characteristics generate credibility, and credibility creates brand image, which leads to a purchase intention. And in this study, we have gained the relationship that high involvement, SNS, trust, recommendation, message content has a significant and positive impact on creating EVOM credibility, similar to what earlier researchers had achieved in their study. Hence, this shows that these four characteristics like high involvement, trust, and message content are very important to create EVOM credibility, which leads towards online purchase intention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Leem, floor is open
Sir,
to you.
I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Sir, I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Your paper, I think, need to be improved, and you need to structure your paper. So, uh, so make sure it can be a well academic paper. And
yes,
yeah, and then discussion is not too deep, and so you need to add more in your discussion, more literature review, comparison, and then analyze. Then you then you can have a very good discussion section in your paper.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I pass to
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Professor Ahmad.
Okay, thanks.
So you mentioned here blended kind of surveys you have collected online and offline. So
Yes, sir.
how you have done in this pandemic, this hand-to-hand surveys?
Just like because I'm teaching in Integral University, so my colleagues are working there, peer groups are working there. So hand to hand, we are giving that questionnaire, and rest of all, I have sent by the by the group of the WhatsApp and by the email.
So how many surveys you have picked up, out of which you got 256 valid respondents?
Approximately, I have 286 total I got. Then some of them was not completed, so I have removed that. So I have concluded only 256.
So what made you to pick up this topic actually, electronic word of mouth? Don't you see that many other studies are there or no? There are a lot
So
of
there are
studies there on these topics.
so in India there is a very few studies are there in India, and I have seen that now it is the time. I have just before I was working on rural field especially, so I have seen that most of the rural consumers are moving towards the as like social networking sites, and they are giving their views, and they are taking in all type of information regarding the products, and they are sharing their status on the behalf of their product using. So it comes in our mind that it is a good topic, and it is a good opportunity for the Indian marketers to capture that markets on the basis of the using of social networking site, because the most of the consumers are moving towards social networking sites.
So you want to concentrate on rural or urban side basically,
No,
or
no,
you
both.
want to mix
Both.
in this?
I have studied both.
So in this paper you have taken both urban and rural?
Yes, sir. And urban both. Urban and rural both studies I have done in this paper.
So is there any statistics you have mentioned? How many rural and how many urban in the study?
No, 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 sir. This one I have not mentioned, because complete information I have taken as like data, and I have done my study.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass on to Dr. Sudhir Rana, please.
Thank you so
Yes,
much,
sir.
Dr. Ahmed. Yeah, Dr. Mohammed, first, I'm sorry to say that I completely disagree to what you're claiming that there are no studies on EWOM in India.
No, no, sir. There are
Trust me.
few studies. I told
There
you, sir.
are
There are few
there are
studies.
abundant of studies, man. I mean, at least 10 studies my myself have published in my journal. I was I was working as editor of IJICBM. This is
Okay.
International Journal of Indian Culture and Business Management. I was one of the editor there, and I myself, under my editorship, has published more than 10 papers on EWOM from India. One. Second, in IJOEM, we published study on EWOM. In FIB Business Review, I have published studies on EWOM. So if I consider the studies that have been published only under my editorships are more than 25. Okay, one.
Okay, sir.
Second, I did not really find anything new on what you're talking about. I'm sorry I'm being critical, but it will improve your paper. And let me give you the tip also now.
Sure.
Okay, so the thing is that you do not have anything new as a selling proposition of your study presently, but something as a masala that you can bring in the study is talk about digital stories. Okay, that's
Okay.
how consumer put the digital stories, or there are digital storytellers, and you keep your data and stuff just like eworm, just but bring a new idea. And there are influencers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there are
Influencers
paid
also.
influencers. There are free influencers. So talk about those. Now EVOM is not that old EVOM. This is changed, and we need to change with the passage of time. These are something which have been given by people 10 years ago, not new. So please bring new things, please. I mean, this is not for you, Dr. Muhammad. This is for everyone. Please try to see that how the things are changing, and they are changing very fast. And you need to really predict that what will happen if your papers will take 2 years to get publication from now. And this happened in the good journals. 1 year is just the processing time. uh, when your paper, you'll submit it today and you'll get the final decision after 1 year, and maybe after one more year your paper will be included in one of the issue.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it, Dr. Ahmed?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, it is good
It's
for
very
me.
much is normal nowadays, 2 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you really cannot afford, we all, and I'm also the same one, like the one of you, one like you. So I also do the same thing. I'm just suggesting the things that I do for my own research.
That's very good, sir, for me. Sir, I
Yeah.
will
So
incorporate in my research.
please, yeah, talk something about the influencers and talk something about the digital storage. And
Okay,
also
sure.
see that what should be there. If company want to encash, company should know that what to bring as that electronic world. They must know, they need that. So whether it should be emotional or it should be rational or it should be context, contextual to what situation, or how the story should be framed.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your suggestions, sir. These are very valuable suggestions for me.
Yeah, no, you really need to touch upon the influencer and digital stories.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Okay, thank you.
EVOM standalone now is of not much relevance. And if you'll see the top 10 influencers coming from India, you'll be amazed to see their earnings. And you'll be amazed to see the kind of brands that they are endorsing, and followers on from Insta to LinkedIn.
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't matter whether it's what website it is. It's growing really fast. Even LinkedIn is changing its the way it works.
Yes.
Good
Okay, sir.
wishes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable inputs. We are delighted to announce State Bank of India as the major sponsor of 2 days international conference. Moving towards the last presentation of the session, I would like to call Dr. Kumar Mukul, Dr. Padmaja V, Professor Jaya Datta for presenting the paper entitled Social Capital Through Virtual Networks as Strategic Resources for Startups, a multiple case study in North Karnataka region.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Thank you to all the organizers, and a warm good afternoon. I've been waiting patiently for my chance and listening carefully to the comments by the expert panelists, particularly Dr. Sudhir Rana. I hope we'll be able to live up to the expectations. So very quickly, we'll begin. I hope my panelist has also joined Dr. Mukul. The topic of our paper that we had submitted was social capital through virtual networks as strategic resources for startups. This is based on a multiple case study in North Karnataka region.
Madam, we are not able to see your presentation and nor you.
Oh, okay. I think Madam has not. Can I be heard, sir? They have disabled my video. I logged in from another mobile. Can I be visible? V Padmaja. Dr. Mukul, have you shared the PPT? Dr. Mukul?
Yeah, it is coming up. Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Sudhir and panelists, can you see our PPT, sir?
Yes, we can see.
Hello, am I audible? And is it?
Can we start, Dr. Sudhir?
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
So I'll begin once again. The title of our paper is Social Capital Through Virtual Networks, as strategic resources for startups. This is based on a multiple case study in North Karnataka region. My co-authors are Dr. Kumar Mukul and Dr. Professor Jayadatta from KLE Institute, Hubli. This is based on a multiple case study approach where we wanted to identify how social networking is helping various startups through their through their virtual networking and social networking, and how it is helping participants, the entrepreneurs, to gain social capital, and thereby how it is helping the entrepreneurs to network and do their business in a better way.
नेट नहीं चल रहा मेरा यार. अच्छा सॉरी मैं पता नहीं पाया. चल नहीं रहा नेट नहीं चल रहा.
Can I continue, sir? I can hear some crosstalks. Okay. So moving on, the introduction. Networking has gained a totally new status in the wake of addition of online and digital means of networking. Groups of people interacting and forming networks online in the form of online community, given this definition given by Priest, Kritchmer, and Maloney in the year 2003, are generating tremendous possibilities for common people and entrepreneurs. Social networking through virtual means helps to connect startups with other founders and entrepreneurs quickly and easily to chat about everything from ideas, business problems, exchanging contacts, and even practicing the entrepreneur's pitch. And several concepts like virtual interaction, cyber networks, virtual communities are fast emerging, which is changing the whole landscape of social network and social capital research. Moving ahead, some of the concepts that we covered, keywords that we covered in our paper, which we submitted, were virtual networking and entrepreneurs, startups, and we tried to link how social networking is, trying to gain fast pace, and that leads to social capital, which is helping the startup. So we've done some extensive literature review. We've put in some definitions given by various researchers in this area. Virtual networking and entrepreneurs. We also defined startups, which was explained in a very detailed way in our paper submitted. And then we also tried to link social networking and social capital. I would like to continue with the keywords. We also took up and identified what are the various challenges which startups face. The social networking and how entrepreneurial development takes place because of social network. And we also identified how the 4 types of resources play a major role for the startups, which include knowledge, experience, physical resources, financial resources, and personal contacts. Moving ahead with the objectives of this paper, the present study through multiple case studies focuses on the topic of online networking, its nature, content, and benefits that arise from these networking for the startup firms. The following objectives were framed for the purpose of the study: to explore and understand the importance of social networking of entrepreneurs that would facilitate business interactions. The second objective that we framed was to identify and classify what are the various platforms that are used for online networking and how each of these platforms is beneficial to the entrepreneurs. The third objective was to understand and analyze the different ways in which entrepreneurs engage in social relationships, that is through networking, in order to gain access to the information that may ultimately lead to the acquisition of resources and social capital. And the last objective that we framed was to understand and discuss how social capital is acquired through social networking, which can then become a strategic resource for the startups. I think my co-author, Dr. Mukul, can take over now because he will explain the justification and the research design of this approach. Mr. Mukul?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. And good afternoon to all of you. And I will continue with the significance of the study before I go to the research design a little bit. Because we have seen that there's a kind of a startup revolution happening in the country, and the startups and entrepreneurship are generally now accepted as the engines of economic growth, and also they are seen as the major sources of job creation. So the significance of the startups and startup related studies are much, but research also suggests that a lot of the startups fail in their journey. In the initial stages itself, most of the startups fail and they don't end up as they aspire to set up successful enterprises. So there are a lot of research which says that 75% of startups fail within the first 3 years. Some say that maybe 1 or 2 out of 10 succeed. So there are a lot of reasons why they fail, and one of the reasons are they're constrained by the resources. Resource constraints can happen in different ways, like locality or their positioning in particular cities or industries. So it can happen in multiple ways. So we wanted to look at how they overcome the resources and how these networks help them. Now, these networks can be both the conventional way of interacting or also these online networks which are becoming very popular. The cases which we selected were generally most of them were incubation from the incubation center in the KLE Technological University in Hubli, where the youngsters are setting up a lot of startups. It is emerging as the second hub in Karnataka after Bangalore in North Karnataka region. Hubli, Dharwad region, along with Belgaum, is emerging as a major hub for startup. So we took some cases from the incubation center and wanted to study basically. A lot of them were youngsters who are very familiar with the online networking and their presence on the social media is very prominent. So we wanted to understand that. Now, case research we chose and multiple case research because there is a social aspect to the business here. Even though it is online, there is a social aspect to the business. And according to Ian and Eisenhardt, when the area of study has very deep-rooted embeddedness in the context in which they are studied, case study is a good way of studying that. So that justifies the choice of our research design, which is multiple case study. And the cases were chosen from incubation center, as I told you. This is the data which suggests why the significance of the study and justification of the study, which I have already talked about. India is though emerging as the third largest startup ecosystem, and so many ventures are coming up regularly. But there is a lot of failures, which is related to the liabilities of newness and smallness. So this newness and smallness sometimes is taken care by the nurturing, which is given by the incubation centers or the contacts they create on the networks. And as ma'am talked in the literature review, we also came across literature where they talked about virtual communities. So in the initial stages, they are given support. They get support from the virtual communities nowadays. So that is also one interest area which we thought that is a significant area to study. So there was obvious literature gap, especially in the Indian context. The social capital aspect has not been studied so much, though the startup research is picking up, but the social aspect of business, social entrepreneurship research is also picking up. But the social aspect of general startups, there is a gap there. We identified that. So these are the startups whom we interacted with. We had detailed interviews and which were recorded and transcribed. And the quotations we have put in the paper, and some of the quotations we have come up here also. So the entrepreneurs and the founders were the main units of information, data collection. Data analysis was done through the qualitative research, and this is where the themes were identified. And then we identified the major dimensions related to which were aligned to our objectives. Now we framed some propositions, and I would like to just illustrate these propositions with few examples, which we got from as evidences from the case studies. So one of the things is like the impact of technological advancements and the popularity of virtual presence of youngsters that is getting them rich dividends. Even if they join for social purposes, they leverage it for a lot of other purposes also. So the ecosystem earlier was kind of restrictive in nature, because they could just, even if they are incubated, they could only access resources through the incubation centers. Or if they are placed, the incubation center is placed in the universities, they are restricted to that university premises. But now what is happening, that because of this online presence, they are in touch with people from outside also. For example, one entrepreneur said that while we were working on the product prototype development, we had some technical issues, and for that the input they got was from other country. So that was very interesting. So at various stages of the startups, for example, in the early stages, the ideation stage, or the middle stage of product prototype development, or the later stages of market entry, they get different kinds of inputs through their virtual presence. So that is one thing we found very interesting. We have put some quotations and at then. Second proposition was that their online presence is again varied. So they are present on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and some of them have very strategic orientation towards it for how to leverage these presence for their business purposes. So LinkedIn, for example, we know that is very useful platform for talent acquisition, which the startups are now
Sir,
starting
I
to.
would like to request, please conclude the presentation.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. So they are
This is the
using LinkedIn, for example, for talent acquisition purposes and for marketing purposes. They found Facebook very useful. So they have some campaigns running on that. So we have created some conceptual maps also, which we will elaborate in the. We want to proceed with this research when we go for publication. We will elaborate how this they are getting help through this various kinds of help they are getting through these virtual interactions. So we have also tried to touch upon the various management aspects in which this online presence is helping them. For example, talent acquisition, as I told, they don't have the resources to hire a separate HR, or they don't have the HR practices very structured. So they use these online networks and link with the required talent. Similarly, for marketing purposes also, one entrepreneur, for example, said that we didn't know how to conduct market research, or we didn't know how to analyze data, and they got that support through this online presence. Similarly, they have a lot of other marketing aspects like linking with the venture capitalists or angel investors, which are now easily accessible through their presence on online. But there are some limitations also which they pointed out. They said that their personal touch is missing in the virtual networks, and they find it difficult to convince people. For example, sometimes if they have to pitch their ideas or convince the investors or clients, then they find it difficult because they find that on virtual platform, that convincing part or the emotional aspect is missing. So there are huge implications for a lot of stakeholders, the incubation centers, then policymakers, of course, the startups and the aspiring entrepreneurs. We have just put some evidences. I will just finish in 1 minute. So the first proposition, for example, we have put these quotations, how they are getting the technical supports through their online presence. So they are talking of online forums. So for specific technical issues, for example, they can connect with people across the globe for specific inputs, which was not available, especially in the tier 2 city. So if you look at the social aspect of entrepreneurship, in tier 2 cities, the entrepreneurs.
Sorry to interrupt you in between, but sir, please conclude in a minute, sir.
It's done. It's done, ma'am. It's
Yeah,
done.
it's
These are just the
30 seconds.
evidences.
Yeah. So this is the last 2 slides I have. So which was earlier they were finding it very constrained, even if they were placed in incubation centers. But now, because of this access to through virtual platforms, now they can get specific inputs from experts sitting in US or Europe. So they can find very specialized specific inputs for their technical, which is useful in their product prototype development stage, even if they before going to the market. Then they are, as I told, various business purposes. They are in touch with for marketing and other purposes. And then online networking has increased the reach and range. As I told earlier it was restrained because of the physical presence or physical contacts. Now the reach and range has tremendously increased. And related to this, I will just talk about this negative aspect or limitations. So they are saying that because of this online presence, some people are just putting bad names, or they find people who have grudges against them. They can spoil the reputation, or they find it difficult to convince people, as I told. So these are some of the limitations which we found. So we thought that it has this study is interesting, and why we chose this method is that we wanted to listen from the startups only, because survey doesn't give these insights. So because we wanted these insights, we chose the case methods. So I will conclude with this, and I thank you all for listening to our presentations and giving us time. Thanks all of you.
Mukul sir, I'd like to add one point. We had actually put all the quotations, some of the conversations that were actually, from the listings of the conversations that we had, we tried to put them as evidences towards the end, although we've included that in the paper.
Yeah, we have included that in the paper.
Yes. The paper. We've sent in the detailed paper which we submitted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you
We're
so
open for
much,
questions.
colleagues. May I request Professor Ahmed and Professor Lim to kindly take the floor for question or suggestions?
Sure. I can also note down some of the suggestions that you will give.
Yeah, we will try to improve based on the solutions.
Yes, sir.
Question, like you mentioned that multiple case studies used in data recorded interviews.
Yes, sir.
And you did not mention how many interviews you have taken. And you mentioned they're founder entrepreneurs. So how many of them are the numbers? I searched it, I could not find any numbers there. So
okay.
Sir, in this, yes, sir. Mukul, sir, would you like? In this, we put about 9 entrepreneurs, but we had a detailed submission, I think about 15 or so in the full paper. Am I right, sir?
Some of the
Where is
some of the firms were co-founded by 2 people, maybe. Some of the firms were.
No, did you mention anywhere in the paper? I was looking at it. I could not find it. Maybe I missed it.
Yeah, maybe we are still to do some modifications in the paper. Yeah,
But I
maybe
remember putting, yeah, I think we included about 9 to 10 cases and the
Cases
names
are
of the
9,
startups with the
they-
names of the entrepreneurs. We have put it in the full, about 10 startups we have put, sir.
No, 9 startups we have put, but one of the startups, few of the startups have co-founders also.
Yes.
So then also we talked, and for each case we had 2-3 interviews. We recorded 2-3 interviews for each case.
So you didn't mention the age groups which they belongs to or something more information, demographic information on them or something to know more about their age groups, what they think in the different age groups.
Okay. That will be me. Most of them were young, are in the age group of 25 to 35. Maybe we have not mentioned that there.
But you're mentioning 10. That's why I'm saying there's nowhere I see that there are 10 there in the paper.
No. 9 startups are there.
Now, have you mentioned in the paper anywhere?
No, sir. I think we have not written the exact number you are asking. The cases we have mentioned, but some of the cases have co-found, means 2 entrepreneurs finding same. Are you asking that?
No, I'm not asking about the cases. The interviews which you have taken, you mentioned.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurs and data recorded interviews. You mentioned
Right.
So how many data you have recorded and what was the responses? I mean, like, how old are those people?
Yes, most of them are in the age group of 25 to 35. And for each of the case, building each of the case, we have recorded around 2 to 3 interviews we have taken, which runs to around from 20 minutes to 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
This part I didn't say in the paper actually. So that was my question.
Yeah, we have the transcriptions with them, and we have put it. We are putting the detailed quotations from those transcriptions in the paper. For before publication, we want to add more actually. So we have the detailed transcriptions from the interviews, which we will put verbatim. We are putting the verbatim quotations.
I'll pass on to Dr. Sudhiran, please.
Dr. Lim, thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Lim, you have any question?
Actually, so Dr. Lim has some problem with the Wi-Fi connection, so he might be reconnecting in few minutes.
No issues. Professors, you have a very good study. And if I am at your place, you know what I will do? I'll make this study simple, yet what people need that. And you should consider it like capitalizing on your virtual social network. So there are people who have very large virtual social network, but they do not know how to capitalize it.
Yes.
And there are some people to whom you're interviewing who have actually capitalized or taken advantage of their virtual social network. And there are different ways that they can do. So your paper should be on that instead of, bringing all these stories from here and there. The positioning of the paper need to be really good, and your paper has that potential, by the way, but positioning is not in the right direction. Your paper should be simply answered at how entrepreneurs or entrepreneurial orientation people or the people who are freelance can capitalize upon their virtual social network. Simple. So I'll keep it like capitalizing on your virtual social network, and then I'm going to establish the scope for capitalizing. So the scope can be like learning from the experiences, to sharing resources, to sharing taking references, to what can be the scope of capitalizing it. And then you need to interview them or answer them or make your transcripts and say that okay, here capitalizing is possible, here capitalizing is not possible. And maybe according to these kind of businesses here, or who, the people who are here, for example, certain things are not possible. If you say that you're looking for a funding or you're looking for an angel investing, so reference of angel investing, I don't know whether any entrepreneur would give references for angel investors, I mean, on their own, until and unless there are some similarities or differences. So you need to establish the scope accordingly. And trust me, that's going to be a phenomenal work. And a similar kind of work I worked not on entrepreneurship, but I was talking about nostalgia. And in nostalgia, we were wondering, like, there were a number of questions from me that how people can capitalize on it. And you're talking about it, but we do not see any kind of a direct role that it brings. People, we know that there is an advantage, but we do not know how do we take that advantage. And you are going to bring the dialogue into the discussion that this is how advantage should be taken. People know that there is advantage, a big advantage in social virtual network, but how and what way, they do not know this. So you should bring that on surface.
Sure. Point well noted, sir.
So this strategic orientation which we talked about, that also literature suggests a lot about that, what you exactly pointed out, sir. Those in startups who have a strategic orientation, they actually leverage their networks.
No, literature talk about the strategies. You're not going to talk about the strategies.
No,
You're not going to
orientation.
You're going to talk about the process or network, or that's how that capitalization would be. So it would be where they both are synchronizing. Maybe if I want to capitalize, I'll have two characteristics: the characteristic of my startup or my orientation or idea, and the characteristic of my network. So you need to really look into the characteristic of the network at one side, with whom I'm networking. And not then at the other side, I will have the characteristic of my business or my idea or what I'm planning to do. And where the both will match, then only the capitalization would happen. Then you will initiate a dialogue whom I should network with. This will be one question. The second question would be, what is the right way of approaching? The third question would be that what is the scope that I should establish? I mean, bring some
Newness.
relevant questions into the discussion.
Sure, sure. So maybe when we are exploring further, scope for further research, we will keep these points in mind. I have noted down some. And we will also like to be in touch with you when we are exploring this and improvising this further for publication purpose.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you for this validation.
Right now we have focused on this North Karnataka region. Now we are trying. Also, we will like to look
yes,
at.
That I found that North Karnataka region. I don't know that maybe when we will conclude the session and my friends can put their view forward, but I'm not very comfortable in putting the geographical
No, I just wanted a
scope in the studies. I look at the studies beyond geographies.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So any study can be read by anyone, anywhere, at any part of the globe. And I believe in those kind of studies. I don't believe studies that come with the geographical limitations or geographical sophistications.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, sir, whether we should go for a comparative, like a few cases.
Until and unless these are the studies like climate.
I think we've noted down some are very pertinent points that you have shared.
Thank you, sir.
We will try to widen the scope when we are, improvising this for publication purpose. We will widen the scope.
Yeah,
and we will try to bring out the aspect of how social capital could be leveraged, in what ways. We'll focus on that.
Should be. That is the question of the hour. I mean, that is something that budding entrepreneurs need.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
How do they create it and how they capitalize on it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for your expertise.
Thank you so much, sir, for valuable input, sir. It will improve our paper, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Rana. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs. Although it was the last presentation, you listened patiently to us and you gave your deep insights. Very, very valuable for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your constructive feedback. It really motivated all of us to change the approach in conducting research. The end is never the end. It's always the beginning of something. Moving towards the last phase of the session, now I request very distinguished Professor Liam Guy Sir to address the participants and give your valuable suggestions and feedback. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to say a congratulations to all of you. All of you have done a great research, and I'm sure you have spent a lot of time to write down your paper. And yes, you all have received valuable advice, and also comment from the panel. And I hope you can elaborate to your papers. Don't forget the purpose of the research and the current issue is very important. The impact of your paper not only help you as a researcher, but also the society. So please taken the impact of your paper and always think that the paper should have a good research quality content, and also follow the academic standard of the writing. So again, I would like to say congratulations all of you, and I and all of the panel member, we're very happy to help you, and also open for any discussion. And also, if you need something from us, so just email us, and I'm sure Dr. Sudhir and Dr. Ahmad will be very happy to reply your email. Thank you so much, and again, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor Gohar Ahmed, sir, to address the participants and enlighten all. Sir, please. Sir, you please unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, dear participants and delegates. It was a wonderful job you have done, a great job doing the research, but always there is a scope of improvement in the papers. And at this moment, you have to see which paper at which level and where you want to send to which journal. So you can have a discussions with, your colleagues or someone. There's a lot of improvements required in the papers suggested by Dr. Sudhir Rana and my colleagues, other colleagues. So please maybe work on it. And if you need any help, we are always there for any guidance or suggestions. And what I see is actually empirically, most of the papers are good, but alignment is the problem in most of the papers. Aligning the papers, and then there is always a science and art in making the paper. So the art is missing in the paper. The science, the empirical part is there, what I say, but there is always a scope. For example, art in the sense something new, attractive. Say, thus 10 papers are there. Which one is the best? I should pick just one word or two words to, something which clicks, which has not been done or something. You highlight that. So one can easily able to see that, okay, this work, I should pick up this and read. So something you have to make it in some papers. So not like a generic paper, which you're making it to go into the higher tier journals. This is my suggestion. Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers of this conference for inviting me for this role. Thank you.
Now, I request the most eminent Professor Sudhir Rana, sir, to give concluding remarks. Sir. please.
First of all, my sincere gratitude and thanks to entire team of 12th International Management Conference as Prestige, more specifically to Professor Parker, who has been in touch, Professor Rituraj Babar, and Madam Pooja. You have been really helpful in coordinating this session so well. Thank you so much. A big thank to you.
It's an honor to have.
And a very very big thank to my co-panelists who supported me, though I was being very critical and they handled the situation. They were like that, okay, let me be a little cool so that all the participants feel easy. So thank you so much for balancing this for me. It was really a great pleasure to share this session with you. To Dr. Lim, we know each other and we visited each other's place. Professor Ahmed would like to have the same string with you continued, starting from here. We met for the first time, but I did not feel that it was a first e-meeting to with each other. I found you really friendly, cooperative. Thank you so much for this. A big congratulations to all the presenters. You all had really good work. So I was being critical so that I could see the improvements into the work. And let me now give you something that can take all the pain away from you, what all I spoke. I'm gonna share something with you just a while. There were diverse presentations. There were really distinguished presentations, starting from entrepreneurship to EVOM to many other topics. I noted out, but yes, methodologies also, like panel data to monthly data to bibliometric analysis. It was really good. Let me tell you that why I was being critical. I was being critical because I promised the conference organizers that I will take the best, some of the best papers. How much I did not promise, but yes, I am eyeing that you may like to improvise on my suggestions and may like to put your paper here in 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 the journals. I'm going to share something with you. Just a moment. This is the first journal that I'm introducing. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So this is International Journal of Emerging Markets, my dear friends. I'm working as a senior lead editor with International Journal of Emerging Markets. And here our orientation is to choose something that can help emerging market scholars. This journal is a ABDC B category journal and Scopus Q2. So something that we look here is a novelty. If I told you that you have a novel idea, but you need to improvise on the structure, then please,
Sir,
you.
sorry to interrupt, sir. We couldn't be able to see your screen.
Oh, let me share it again. Sorry for
Yes.
that. Sorry about that.
No issue.
Just give me a while.
Thank you, sir.
My bad. It was my turn, so anyway, these are the new realities. It is visible to me. I think I need to restart it.
I request all participants to stay connected. Sir is joining in a while.
So this is for all the participants. We also have our principal sir with us, Dr. S.S. Bhakar. So sir will be interacting with all the participants for a couple of minutes. It's over to you, sir. Sir.
Well, it is. I'm acting as a filler. Dr. Rana is not able to connect. So meanwhile, I will act as a filler. I have been connected for majority of the session. Not all, but about 90% of the papers I have been present and I have listened to everyone. And I find some of those research papers very, very interesting. What I have seen is the panel has been very, very active. All three have given some very constructive suggestions and guided you very, very nicely, considering as if some of you are new to research and some of you who have been carrying out research haven't really published in some good journals. So I'm sure the guidance provided by the panel members will be extremely useful. Take the guidance positively. It naturally would have come as criticism initially, but it is not criticism. Basically, it is constructive guidance, and I'm sure if you take care of the suggestions that have been given and improve your research papers that were considered for best paper award in this session, I'm pretty sure those research papers can become suitable for publication in some of the good journals. We already have a number of journals associated with the conference, 2 of them coming out with the special edition, and 3 or 4 of them would be publishing selected papers from the conference. So I'm sure you have multiple options and very good opportunity to get good publications. It is not limited to these papers alone. The guidance that you got, in fact, a number of times I felt that yes, I have been making those mistakes in some of my research papers. And so that the guidance that has been provided by the panel members must be used not for only improving these papers, for writing better research papers. And I'm pretty sure you all have been very enthusiastic researchers, and maybe some large number of you are in the beginning of your career in academics. And research is one very important component of academics. I have personally been speaking on various platforms that without research, a teacher is a classroom operator, and he is not a teacher in real sense. So you need to take these suggestions in the right spirit, follow them properly, and I'm sure you will be able to do research. Dr. Sudhir is back, so I welcome you, Sudhir. Man, I was acting as a filler for you.
Thank you, thank you. No, it's great to see you. Indeed, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
being
I was
here.
there throughout the session. I did not switch on my video and audio. I was just listening.
We missed seeing your lovely face since morning, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, sir. Please.
Okay. So this now my screen is visible, I hope.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's visible
so,
now.
So this is the first journal I was talking about. This is International Journal of Emerging Markets, and what we as an editorial team of IJOEM decided is we are aiming for a higher category next year, or sorry, not next year. When there would be a listing of ABDC ranked and ABS2. Therefore, we decided to consider the novel papers and novel ideas. So we have two expectations. One, your paper should have at least an emerging market context. That not and emerging market, when I'm not saying that generalized emerging market sentences should be there. It can be that why India is interesting for that particular phenomena, or why emerging markets are interesting for this particular domain, for this particular concept. Like if we talk about technology is very advanced in some of the marketing as emerging markets, and some emerging markets are still struggling to establish the base. So in this journal, our expectation is that something novel, something new should be there, whether it is your context that you're bringing or your concept. So it should be. So if your papers are having any novelty in terms of concept more specifically, then please, you may like to revise it, and one more time I can take a look and suggest you whether your paper is suitable, not suitable for this particular journal. And please, please understand, my dear friends, being an editor is not an easy job. My job is to give critical feedback. My job is not to appreciate whatever comes. My job and the reviewer's job, and this is the expectation of the publishers and other editorial members from us, that we being editor will give a critical feedback. We will not just appreciate it. We will have the improvements done. So therefore, I have been giving those critical feedbacks to you. So you may like to consider it. This is a very good journal, very growing journal. The second one, I yesterday have also shown that this is a special issue that we proposed, I and Abhishek. Uh, we made it on a role of digital sources and technological advancements. Specifically, that we are interested in papers that are solving puzzles and problems. So if you think that, okay, on digital spaces, these are the problems and how these problems can be addressed, that paper I'm specifically very interested to take. There are problems on digital space, and what are the possible solutions for those? If you're talking just, even if you're just talking about problems, is fine with me. This journal have a very quick deadline for this special issue. So 30th of the December is the last date when we are expecting all the submissions to be done. In fact, we are considering submissions. These are ongoing. And if you like to take a quick work on and improvise your work, you may like to show it to me or directly submit it there. Not an issue. This is also an a Scopus journal, ABDCC. That is ABDCB, and that's a SSCI journal, International Journal of Emerging Markets. But this journal is also picking up really high. The third journal, the conference already have a special issue from this journal. This is a aspiring journal, and not very old word, not very new. This is FIB Business Review, and FIB Business Review is growing really high now. It's a Scopus Index journal, and by Sage, upcoming from India as one of the prominent journal in management. So if you think that, okay, something futuristic you got. So here, what my idea for FIB Business Review is something futuristic, something which is not today, which is tomorrow. Because, when journal strives ahead, we need something to put that synchronized with the journal's objective. So I being an editor of this journal, I have expectation that if you're talking about the future approach, and maybe like if even if it is a review paper, I'm happy to take that. Even if it is a perspective theoretical paper, I'm ready to take that. But the only thing that I look in for this particular journal is that future should predict. Sorry, paper or research should predict the future. This is what I want. And by the way, Dr. Bhaker and Dr. Ruturaj are the special issue editors. They have full right to choose the papers for their special issue. So if you want to put into the special issue, please approach them. If you want to put into the regular issue, you can approach me. So these were like I kept the opportunities in my mind when I was giving feedback, and you may consider anyone from the three. Thank you so much once again
Thank you,
to
Professor Sudeep.
Professor
Thank you
Bhaker
very
and
much.
Professor Rutraj and
Thank
Dr.
you so
Pooja.
much.
And thank you, Gohar Ahmed and Liam. I'm really grateful that you could join in this session. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
so
Dr.
much.
Pakar, for
Thank
the
you very much.
opportunity.
Dr. Ahmed would like to take your phone number. We'll get in touch with you if it is okay with you. You can chat me. Give me in the chat box, or I can give my number to you in the chat box. You can just send a hello to me over a WhatsApp.
Sure. In the WhatsApp, we are there. I'll send the number.
Yeah, I'm sending my number to you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing valuable information of journals and your constructive feedback in entire session to all the participants. I hope it will give new direction to all of us. Now, I request Assistant Professor Abhay Dubey, sir, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Pooja ma'am. At the last of the session, it is my privilege to propose vote of thanks in front of all the guests and all the other participants. On behalf of entire teaching or non-teaching faculty of Prestige Institute of Management, Gwalior, I would like to thank Professor Sudhir Rana sir for chairing the session and giving his valuable feedback for all the participants to improvise their work, whatever they have done. I'm also thankful to Professor Liam and Professor Gohar Ahmed sir for sparing their valuable time as a panel member for today's session. I'm also thankful to our principal, Dr. S.S. Bhaker sir, for sharing his valuable feedback after the session to the participants. I would also like to thank all the presenters who have shared their observations, experimentations, and conclusion with all of us, which will help us to advance our knowledge in the respective area. I would also like to thank my team members, Assistant Professor Dr. Pooja Ji Lunia and Assistant Professor Ashwani Gupta and Assistant Professor Dr. Sneha Rajput for planning, coordinating, and executing this particular technical session of best paper during the e-conference 2020 at PIMG. I would also like to thank our sponsor, State Bank of India, who have supported us to organize this conference. Last but not the least, I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to the session and all the presenters also. Thank you. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, sir. I request all participants to join valedictory session as the result for best paper is going to be announced in valedictory. Links have already been shared.
Yeah, continuing to Pooja ma'am, I would like to request to the panel members the group which we have created for the panel members so that we can compile it and we can have the results in the valedictory session for this evening. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all of you for your valuable time.